If everyone could just take their seats. I would like to give a warm welcome to our in-person audience and also to our virtual audience. And so for the sake of our virtual audience who missed my previous introduction, I'll just say once more that I'm Jennifer Gordon and I'm the director of the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative. And we are so delighted to be here today. And again, I want to thank Nucleo, our partners, and our partners, the ISPE Young Talents Program. And also, of course, thank our hosts here today at the Centrale Lavazza Museum for this incredible space. And now we are so honored to welcome to the stage His Excellency Gilberto Pichetto Fratin, who is Minister of the Environment and Energy Security in Italy. Minister, please.
Thank you, buongiorno. I don't speak English, my English is terrible, quindi andrò in italiano. Innanzitutto un grazie per l'iniziativa, un grazie a Nucleo per lo stimolo al tema, quindi ringrazio per l'invito, naturalmente come Presidenza del G7 italiano in un momento di particolare interesse sul tema che loro stanno trattando.
Thank you very much to Nucleo, and thank you for the invitation to this meeting, which, like our G7, comes at a time of particular interest in nuclear energy issues.
Dopo decenni in cui in Italia la narrazione dell'energia atomica era improntata alla paura, finalmente anche nel nostro Paese si sta cominciando a discutere di nucleare senza dogmi, senza adesioni fideistiche a questa o a quell'altra posizione.
After decades in which in Italy the narrative of atomic energy was based on fear, finally, even in our country, we are starting to discuss nuclear without dogmas, without blind adherence to one position or another.
Per raggiungere gli impegni internazionali che abbiamo ribadito in tutte le sedi, stiamo puntando al massimo nel nostro Paese sulle energie rinnovabili, anche con gli stanziamenti del PNRR, ma certamente prevedendo una quota di nucleare nel nostro mix energetico che aiuterebbe molto a raggiungere l'obiettivo di neutralità carbonica al 2050.
To meet the international commitments we have reiterated in all forums, we are focusing heavily on renewables, also with the funding from the PNRR, but certainly a share of our nuclear in our energy mix would greatly help us achieve the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050.
Una produzione nazionale da nucleare certamente risparmierebbe molte emissioni di gas serra che altrimenti nei prossimi 26 anni, da qui al 2050, continuerebbero ad aumentare se usassimo fonti fossili.
A national nuclear production would certainly save many greenhouse gas emissions that would otherwise continue to increase in the next 26 years if we use fossil sources.
Il percorso che abbiamo delineato è chiaro. Oggi abbiamo un mix di 2/3 di fossili e 1/3 di rinnovabili, col carbone in calo, il petrolio stabile, gas e rinnovabili in crescita. Al 2030 intendiamo invertire questo rapporto e attivare, dopo aver abbandonato il carbone entro il 2025, e lasciarsi alle spalle anche il petrolio ed arrivare a un rapporto di 2/3 di rinnovabile e 1/3 di fossile.
So the path we have outlined is clear. Today we have a mix with 2/3 fossil and 1/3 renewables with coal declining, stable oil and growing gas and renewables. By 2030 we intend to reverse this ratio and after abandoning coal in 2025 and leaving oil behind, achieve a 2/3 and 1/3 ratio in favor of renewables.
Le prospettive al 2050 devono essere quelle della neutralità carbonica e naturalmente vedendo in discesa i fossili e in ascesa le energie pulite.
So the perspective for 2050 must be carbon neutrality, replacing gas and using more renewables.
L'utilità ambientale del nucleare è assolutamente provata.
This awareness of the environmental utility of nuclear is spreading in Italy and is already recognized fact.
Con un'utilità aggiuntiva, le rinnovabili attuali in Italia occupano spazi enormi. Per ogni megawatt ci vuole un ettaro di territorio. Il rapporto che da 1 a 7 nella produzione tra la continuità del nucleare e l'alternanza invece della produzione delle altre energie, delle energie rinnovabili, in particolare il fotovoltaico, ci permette di utilizzare pochissimi spazi e avere tantissimo beneficio, salvaguardando la biodiversità del territorio nazionale.
So the fact that we use 2/3 of renewables in Italy is widely known, and the ratio 1 to 7 is in the continuity of the alternancy of the frequency use of their commitment with the nuclear. It should be also noted that that our country will experiment this kind of ratio.
Il fatto che a COP28 una ventina di paesi, tra cui Stati Uniti e Francia, abbiano chiesto in sede di COP di triplicare la capacità energetica degli impianti nucleari nel mondo entro il 2050, è sicuramente un evento storico, perché il nucleare viene visto ufficialmente in sede internazionale come una risorsa pulita, alternativa al carbone e anche al petrolio e al gas, e quindi uno strumento per fronteggiare l'effetto serra.
The fact that about 20 countries during COP28, including the United States and France, have called at the COP to triple the energy capacity of nuclear plants worldwide by 2050 is a historic event, because nuclear is officially seen internationally as a clean alternative to coal and gas and oil, and therefore as a tool to address the greenhouse effect.
Ma non solo a COP28 si è discusso di ripresa in grande scala della produzione di energia nucleare. L'Italia a livello istituzionale è stata presente al Nuclear Energy Summit di Bruxelles del marzo scorso. In quella sede il ministro Tajani ha sottolineato che gli investimenti sul nucleare sono una priorità insieme a rinnovabili di idrogeno, rafforzano sicurezza energetica e sostenibilità ambientale.
But it is not only at COP that there has been discussion of a large-scale resumption of nuclear energy production. Italy, at the institutional level, was present at the Nuclear Energy Summit in Brussels last March. At that meeting, Minister Tajani emphasized that investments in nuclear are a priority, together with renewables and hydrogen. They strengthen energy security and environmental stability.
I rappresentanti degli enti e delle agenzie straniere che si occupano di nucleare, presenti oggi qui e che naturalmente saluto calorosamente, sono la conferma che esiste un grande fermento in questo campo e che l'Italia di questo fermento scientifico e imprenditoriale è parte e vuole esserne protagonista.
The representatives of foreign entities and agencies dealing with the nuclear present here today, whom I warmly greet, confirm that there is a great ferment in this field and that Italy is part of and wants to become a protagonist in this scientific and entrepreneurial ferment.
E guardando avanti, dobbiamo tenere conto che stiamo discutendo di un uso del nucleare a breve e medio termine. Stiamo ragionando su piccoli reattori modulari, impianti che producono energia nella massima sicurezza, sempre con la tecnologia della fissione.
And we must consider that we are discussing the use of nuclear energy in the short and medium term We are considering small modular reactors, plants that produce energy with maximum safety, always using efficient technology.
Proprio il nucleo è impegnata sugli small reactor di quarta generazione, che tutti speriamo possano diventare presto realtà, minimizzando ulteriormente il problema delle scorie e innalzando ancora i requisiti di sicurezza.
Nucleo is committed to fourth generation small reactors, which we hope will soon become a reality, further minimizing the issue of waste and raising safety requirements.
E per guardare avanti nell'ambito del decreto Mission Innovation del mio dicastero abbiamo stanziato 135 milioni di euro dedicati al settore nucleare, prevedendo la realizzazione di attività di ricerca e sperimentazione su piccoli reattori modulari nel breve e medio periodo e anche sulle tecnologie di fusione per il lungo periodo.
And looking ahead, within the Mission Innovation Decree, we have allocated 135 million euros to the nuclear sector, foreseeing the realization of the research and experimentation activities of small modular reactors in short to medium term and on fusion technologies for the long term.
Sul fronte della fusione, l'Italia fornisce al progetto in cooperazione in atto con il Giappone su questo tema supporto scientifico e componenti importanti, realizzati da aziende del nostro Paese anche grazie ai fondi, circa 70 milioni, messi a disposizione dal governo italiano.
On the fusion front, Italy provides scientific support and important components to the ongoing cooperation project with Japan on this topic, produced by companies in our country thanks to the approximately 70 million euros in funding provided by the Italian government.
Ricordo anche che a fianco di tutto ciò Enea sta realizzando nel nostro paese il divertor tokamak test sul progetto ITER.
It is important to enhance the collaboration of this project with the new Italian fusion experiment that Enea is carrying out in our country, the DTT, a source of international pride for Italy in the development of this form of energy.
In questo contesto acquisisce un maggiore rilievo l'iniziativa che abbiamo avviato nell'ambito del Ministero della Sicurezza Energetica e dell'Ambiente con la piattaforma nazionale per un nucleare sostenibile.
In this scenario, the initiative we have launched at the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security with the National Platform for Sustainable Nuclear Energy takes on greater importance.
Il nostro obiettivo di mettere a sistema istituzioni, enti universitari e di ricerca aziendale, aziende private per ragionare attorno all'ipotesi di un'introduzione della fonte nucleare nel mix energetico italiano, così come richiesto dal Parlamento che ha approvato una mozione in questo senso, sta diventando un obiettivo strategico per il nostro Paese.
Our goal of systematizing institutions, university and research entities and private companies to discuss the possibility of introducing nuclear energy into the Italian energy mix, as requested by Parliament, which approved a motion in this sense, is becoming a strategic objective for the country.
Al quesito se si fa qualche grande centrale o quale sarà il ruolo dello Stato, in questo momento posso dire che credo che se parliamo di small reactor possano essere modulari e di conseguenza non ci sia in prospettiva l'ipotesi di grande centrale. E dall'altra parte invece sul coinvolgimento dello Stato tutte le energie in questo Paese sono incentivate e quindi si tratterà di collaborare e allineare quello che è l'intervento dello Stato al punto giusto.
So if the question is if we are trying to build new plants, nuclear plants in our country, the idea is that we will work on small modular reactors and not on big nuclear plants. And we need to cooperate, of course, a cooperation with the government, with the state.
E va chiarito e ribadito che il contributo che il nucleare può dare al nostro mix energetico avrebbe una forte finalità ambientale e di indipendenza energetica, consentendo al nostro Paese una piena autonomia e mettendo l'Italia al riparo dalle turbulenze della geopolitica che negli ultimi anni abbiamo vissuto e stiamo ancora vivendo.
It should be clarified that the contribution that nuclear energy could make to our energy mix would have an environmental and energy independence purpose, allowing our country full autonomy and shielding Italy from geopolitical turbulence that we have experienced in recent years and are still experiencing.
Personalmente vorrei, e questo è l'augurio per l'Italia, per il nostro Paese, è che su questo tema si potesse ragionare con pacatezza, con valutazioni solo scientifiche e non ideologiche.
Of course, I hope for my country, for Italy, that on this issue we can have a constructive and scientific-based discussion.
Comunque ci sono insomma ragioni ambientali in primo luogo. Il nucleare non produce CO2, diversamente da tutte le fonti fossili, carbone, petrolio, gas, altri combustibili, ma anche economiche e sociali per sostenere l'opportunità di valutare in Italia quindi un nucleare civile importante.
So, of course, there are environmental reasons in the forefront, but also economic and social reasons to support the opportunity to consider the nuclear alternative.
Credo quindi che noi dobbiamo proseguire nel nostro impegno per attrezzarci tecnologicamente e attrezzare il sistema produttivo italiano nel breve periodo e guardare in prospettiva al nucleare come una possibile importante fonte di energia green per l'Italia, ma anche di sviluppo del nostro sistema delle imprese, verso la modernizzazione. Ribadisco ciò che anche in altri panel di questa settimana ho ripetuto. L'Italia è sempre stato un grande paese trasformatore e da grande paese trasformatore è anche geniale. Sul tema del nucleare credo che citare Enrico Fermi sia naturale, ha costruito quelle che sono le condizioni del nostro benessere. Quindi io credo che su questo tema si debba andare avanti. Noi andremo avanti nel costruire un quadro giuridico che sia compatibile. Noi andremo avanti con le opportune valutazioni, inserendo nel piano nazionale che diventa definitivo il 30 di giugno del 2024 un'ipotesi di scenario che prevede l'utilizzo dell'energia nucleare ed inoltre siamo pertanto in linea anche con il mandato politico con le mozioni parlamentari del maggio 2023 e proseguito peraltro poi con l'istituzione della piattaforma per il nucleare sostenibile. Devo dire che noi abbiamo deciso di aderire come Ministero all'Alleanza Industriale Europea sugli SMR. Questo per confermare il sostegno del nostro Paese e dare un segnale concreto di interesse allo sviluppo delle nuove tecnologie all'avanguardia dei piccoli reattori modulari, che possono dare veramente tutte quelle importanti risposte e quel contributo sull'obiettivo che è universale, perché è l'obiettivo di COP28, è l'obiettivo del 1,5 gradi di COP del 2015 di Parigi, che è la decarbonizzazione e la ricerca e l'opportunità di avere energie pulite e di conseguenza fermare quello che è questo forte cambiamento climatico, intervenire per limitare la perdita delle biodiversità e naturalmente limitare l'inquinamento, utilizzando il termine più ovvio che tutti utilizzano. Grazie.
Sorry. So I would like to point out that we believe we must continue our efforts to equip ourselves technologically and prepare the Italian production system in the short term and look ahead to nuclear energy as a potential. And in line with the political mandate initiated with the parliamentary motions of May 2023, and continue with the national platform for sustainable nuclear energy at the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, we have decided to join as a ministry in the European Industrial Alliance on SMRs to confirm the support of the national system and give a concrete signal of interest in the development of new cutting-edge technologies of small modular reactors, which can make a significant contribution to achieving European decarbonization goals.
Thank you.
Grazie mille to Minister Pichetto Fratin. And now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker. And at the Atlantic Council, we always say that we would never read the full bios of each of our speakers because they are far too accomplished. But I think that is true of our next speaker more than anyone else, perhaps, the Honorable William D. Magwood IV, who is Director General of the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, but who has also held every top nuclear energy position in the United States government and who brought the industry in the United States back from the brink. So with great gratitude and with also great gratitude to Bill for adjusting his travel schedule, I'm delighted to welcome you to the stage.
Well, that was a heck of an introduction. Hope I can live up to that. Well, good afternoon. It's a true pleasure to be here with all of you. I am very pleased to be with you here today to just lend support to the effort that is underway here today. And as the minister leaves, I do want to recognize his efforts in his position as minister in Italy, to move Italy back into the conversation in nuclear. I think it's extraordinarily important. Let me just begin by thanking Jennifer and Atlantic Council for putting today's session together. But also I know that Nucleo was a big contributor to this, so Stefano, thank you very much. And not just for that, but when I became aware of your activities in small modular reactors, advanced reactors, I was very excited to see that because I knew what you had contributed already in the area of medical isotopes, which I think we'll see in the future. We'll have to see what accomplishment of yours is the one that stands the test of history. I think the medical isotopes might beat everything out because I think it's so important. So thank you for all your contributions and thank you for your leadership today. There are many of you here today that have spent a lot of your personal and professional lives in the nuclear sector. I've been doing this, unfortunately, I just had a conversation on the sidelines with Jack Edlow, who's been doing this since the Nixon administration, I think, or if not before. I've been doing this for 40 years. So I have spent most of my adult life in the nuclear sector. And I think many of you who have also spent a lot of your time in the sector recognize something very important. That all those efforts over all those decades, all the work that has been done, all the research, all the discussion, all the planning, all the possibilities, it really all comes down to where we are right now today. This is the moment. This is what we have worked for all these years. And it's the time for us to stand up. And I'm very pleased to see the industry associations all here today, represented at high levels, making a strong statement about their cooperation towards that end. I think that we can all agree that while this is a special moment in history, it's come through a lot of chance and kismet, a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of thinking, but a lot of things that had converged at the right time. For me, after having been in charge of the Nuclear Energy Agency for almost a decade, I can see the evolution that's taken place over time. Now, I remember the days when you could not have a civil conversation about nuclear energy and international energy conversations. People just didn't want to talk about it. Even countries that were highly reliant on nuclear didn't want to talk about nuclear. That shows you how much things have changed. Today, countries all over the world are not just talking about nuclear, but they're taking concerted action towards building new nuclear power plants for the first time in a generation. Watching the evolution over the last few years has been particularly gratifying because at the NEA, of course, we've been saying that nuclear has to play a role in dealing with the climate crisis, but that wasn't really being picked up by a lot of policymakers. We started to see the change, really, I think, during COP26 in Glasgow. I wasn't there because I told my staff I saw no reason to go to any of these COPs. There was just really no point in it because they would never talk about nuclear substantively. But something important happened in Glasgow. Countries were asked not just to set targets and ambitions for reducing climate change gases, they were asked to present their plans to get there. And when I heard that, I knew something would happen because I've had many, many conversations with energy ministers all over the world about commitments to hit net zero by 2050. And I can tell you that virtually none of them could tell me exactly how they were planning to get to net zero by 2050. It was mostly aspiration. It wasn't serious planning. There was a lot of hope that perhaps more efficiency, more renewables would make this all come together without a great deal more effort. But in Glasgow, countries saw that this was not going to converge. They were not going to reach net zero by 2050 unless things changed. And that's when we started to see the evolution. The first country, as I recall, was the Netherlands. It came to one of our senior meetings and announced they were going to build more new reactors, kind of caught everybody by surprise. But they were the first we heard to stand up like that. But they certainly weren't the last. And particularly after the invasion of Ukraine and the word energy security came back to the top of the agenda, that's when you started to see the floodgates. That's when you started to see more and more countries coming back to this conversation. Because it brought together two issues which should never have been separated in the first place. The issue of dealing with the climate crisis while at the same time assuring energy security. You know, there was a time in the international conversation that talking about economic development and economic progress and growth was almost a bad word. We weren't supposed to talk about that. But now people realize that if you divorce the possibility of economic growth, both in OECD countries where we already live pretty well, but perhaps particularly in developing countries where people are still trying to reach middle class status, to tell people that economic development is a bad thing was never going to work. It was never going to be accepted by the broad public. Now policymakers are bringing these pieces together. Economic growth, economic energy security, and reducing the threat of climate change. All these things have to come together. If you separate them, you're not looking at the whole picture. Now that we're all looking at the whole picture, we see that nuclear is back on the table. And not just back on the table as a possibility, but as a core part of many countries' plans. The reality is, though, that while we have these ambitions and many countries have moved towards building new nuclear plants as fast as they can, there is a harsh reality. The harsh reality is that for the most part, we're not ready. Regulators around the world, and as my friend Dale Klein likes to put it, I'm a recovering regulator, so I have some position to speak about this. Regulators in most countries are not prepared for the new technologies. They're not prepared for new reactors. They're not prepared for the new paradigms. They're not prepared for digital technologies. They're not prepared. There are some that are taking leadership roles to try to be prepared, but on large part, they're not ready. And industry is actually ahead of them in many respects. I just got back from Korea last night, as it turns out. And one of the things that I was talking to people in Korea about was the fact that KHNP, of course, the big company in Korea that supplies nuclear technology, is planning to provide digital twins with all its new nuclear power plants. So I asked the regulators, what are you going to do with that when it shows up? And I sort of get this blank look. Well, what should we do about it? You better do something with it. And that's just the first of many new technologies that are coming that regulators have to get ready for. Industry often blames regulators for slowing things down. As a former regulator, I will defend the regulatory community in this respect, because very often when people in industry say that the regulators are slowing down progress, what more often than not that actually means is that they in the industry are not ready to take the case to the regulator. They don't have the detailed design. They don't have the analysis. They're not prepared to stand up to the regulator and answer questions. And let me tell you, there's no magic solution to any of this. Don't expect there'll be some legislation or some brilliant idea to make regulation work faster. Regulation takes as long as it takes. Licensing takes as long as it takes, because there's the public expectation that whatever technologies are deployed, that they will be safe. Now, fortunately, I think a lot of the new technologies that we're looking at make that job a bit easier, because they rely on forces of gravity and heat transfer. They use low-pressure technologies, which are easier to deal with. They have fuels that cannot have a meltdown scenario as we saw in the Fukushima Daiichi plants. So it should be easier. And not just easier for highly developed countries in the OECD, but also for countries in the developing world, in Africa. I visited Addis Ababa recently, and I met with commissioners of the African Union. And we talked about nuclear aspirations in Africa. And many countries in Africa are laying the groundwork to do that, to build new nuclear power plants. I'm very pleased to see that the G7 is going to take this up as a significant issue in this upcoming meeting. But there's a lot of work to be done to prepare for what needs to happen in Africa. A lot of expertise has to be built, a lot of infrastructure has to be created. And it's clear to me that for OECD countries, we are so far behind in the outreach on this. So as I mentioned, I was in Addis Ababa, and I visited the large university outside of the city, and I was given a tour of a fantastic new laboratory facility. 7 very impressive buildings, glass and steel, fantastic facilities, high bays, all sorts of equipment coming in, being built by China. They are so far ahead of where Western countries are that it's not clear to me that we actually can catch up. But we absolutely have to try. So one of the things that we've done at the NEA is we've partnered with the OECD Development Center to put together an initiative called Common Journey. We call it Common Journey because when I look at many countries in the OECD who haven't built nuclear plants for a long time, and I see that they're lacking in infrastructure and industry, they're lacking in human capacity, they're lacking in ministerial experience in dealing with nuclear technologies. It's actually quite similar to what's happening in Africa. So as countries like Sweden and Netherlands and others redevelop their capacities, perhaps there's an opportunity to do the same in Africa at the same time, to partner with African countries. The Common Journey Initiative, at its core, is designed to do 2 things. First, develop platforms for cooperation within Africa to help African countries help themselves, and then link those platforms to what we do. But secondly, to focus on an aspect of nuclear technology that sometimes gets lost. When you build a nuclear power project, it's a tremendous opportunity for economic development. Skills development, business development, those are things you can take advantage of with a nuclear project. But if you buy your nuclear facility from China, you may find that you're going to have 5,000 Chinese sitting in your country building a nuclear power plant instead of having your own people learn those skills. That's a case we can take to these countries, and that's a case we should take to these countries. We ourselves have human capacity issues. Human capacity in many OECD countries is not really ready for nuclear. There are more people retiring in some countries with nuclear expertise than are coming back in the pipeline. I visited Romania recently. We had what we call a global forum. Global Forum of Nuclear Education holds these bilateral discussions with countries. And in Romania, when we talked about what would be needed to support Romania's plans for the future, Romanians believe they need to triple the number of nuclear engineers over the next few decades. But where are those people coming from? As we talked about it, it became clear that we moved away from a conversation about incentivizing with job opportunities, moving away from improving the capacities of universities, to realize that the real issue was at the pre-college level. That there simply weren't, well, first, in Romania and a lot of OECD countries, there simply aren't enough kids at all. The birth rates are way down in a lot of our countries. But even within that, the small number of children who are being born, very few of them go into science and technology careers, and very few of those go into nuclear careers. The only way to fix this is to get involved at the pre-college level. So we are working with our member countries on an initiative called the 2035 Project to build the pipeline. To make it more attractive for young people to get into science and technology careers, and particularly nuclear careers, and then to help them as they go into college and become young professionals. Something you'll be hearing a lot more about in the future. Now, as I mentioned, going to COPs wasn't something that I was interested in doing. And that changed, of course, with COP28, where I did attend. And that was because in COP28, I knew things were going to be different. And the first sign of that was during our Roadmaps to New Nuclear Conference, a ministerial conference that we held in Paris back last September. In that conference, we had 20 ministers and 30 CEOs who came together and called on us and called on the community to work together to solve issues. And the issues they highlighted: financing, sound familiar? Human capacity, supply chain. Those are the three main issues. And those are the three issues that we're spending most of our time on. On financing, in the next few weeks, I'm going to be in the U.S. visiting with members of Congress and visiting with members of or executive directors of the World Bank to start the process to try to change some of these policies in financial institutions. We have to do this. And this is something that many of you are also involved in. So this is an area for collaboration. I had a good conversation with Rafael Grossi about this just recently. These are areas where all of us have an interest, and all of us should be pushing hard to get change in this area. And I know you're going to have a conversation about financing later today, so I'm looking forward to that. I think the last thing I would highlight is that going forward, we have also a challenge in making sure that we are prepared to build when the time comes. Governments can help with this, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the ability of vendors and industry to execute projects and execute them well. We have a long history in our sector of projects that took too long to finish and cost too much. And if that is the picture in the future, people are going to turn away. They'll find other ways to meet their energy needs. We have to do better. And there's a lot that goes into that, all of you know. It isn't just supply chain, although supply chain is a big part of it. It's going to be very esoteric things like contract structures. And I know there's many people here, particularly you lawyers, that are thinking about how do we build better contracts so we don't incentivize the wrong behaviors. It's got to be a big part of it. But as I mentioned also, there's a lot of work all around. Regulators, industry, government, we all have to come together. And we all have to have the right platforms to cooperate. So meetings like this are very important to that end, to make sure that we're all on the same wavelength, that we're all fighting the same fight. But if we don't do this quickly, it's going to be too late. This is a very, very small window of opportunity. It's an opportunity that people like me have spent 40 years moving towards. I'm happy that it's here. But I'll be unhappy if I look back 10 years from now and realize we missed the window because we didn't do the right things, because we didn't work together, because we didn't look our problems squarely in the eye and say, we need to solve this. This is our time. This is our chance. And for those of you who are been in this business a long time, you know that this chance may not come again in your lifetimes. So, all of you, get to work. Thank you.
Bill, thank you so much for joining us. And now I'm delighted to introduce our first panel discussion, which will be on the role of nuclear energy in deep decarbonization. And I'm happy to call to the stage Massimo Lombardini, who is Associate Researcher and Coordinator of the Executive Master's Program on Energy Geopolitics at ISPI, Olivier Bard, General Delegate for the Board of Directors from the French Nuclear Industry Association, Akihito Uetake, Senior Managing Director from the Japan Atomic Industrial Forum, Sama Bilbao y Leon, Director General of the World Nuclear Association, Lee McDonough, who is Director General of Net Zero Nuclear and International at the UK Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Silvia Berzoni, Chief Editor of CNBC Italy. Silvia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And welcome, of course, also on my side, welcome to all our distinguished speakers. If we want to reach the net zero target by 2050, we need all the available, dispatchable, free CO2 energy. And nuclear is and will be a very important piece of the puzzle. COP28 already marked a watershed. If you think for the first time ever, it was recognized the need to accelerate nuclear. And 25 countries pledged to triple nuclear power by 2050. It's a challenge in the challenge because we need to add 800 gigawatt and there is a price tag of $5 billion, which I prefer to call an investment opportunity. But then Brussels, in March this year, it was maybe even more important because the high-level conference on nuclear energy for the first time signaled a change in the political landscape. So some call it momentum, some others a renaissance. But what is very important is that now 54 countries expressed their interest in building and investing in small nuclear reactors. So, of course, this transition is multi-technology and it's multi-stakeholder. Government, the industry, public, civil society, the financial industry. I think that this is the moment in which we need a more ambitious, bold, pragmatic effort to coordination. So we will discuss this afternoon how to do it better, how to do it right, and of course, how to finance it. And we hope really to share with you some innovative solutions, mindset, and approaches as we can define as innovation as the place where ideas can connect. So I think we're ready to start. And Lee, I will start with you just to have an overview from the UK. Of course, nuclear energy right now provides around 50% of, no?
It's smaller, 15.
15%. Yeah.
I wish it was 15.
And the aim is to get to 25% by 2050.
Yeah.
Sorry for my error, pardon me.
That's okay.
So can you explain the roadmap and how important it is nuclear in the decarbonization process?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for inviting me. It's really great to be here as a lifelong supporter and somebody who's been involved in the nuclear industry. So it's great that we're having this conversation. Just a couple of things to say up front about the UK position. There is no pathway, there is no scenario in the UK for hitting net zero by 2050 without nuclear. So it's not a matter of whether, it's a matter of how much and when. The other thing I should say up front, those of you who know the UK, we're heading for an election later at some point this year, I'm not quite sure when. So it's really important to just say, for our context, that there is cross-party support for nuclear. So really important context. And then I'd just like to just pick up one point that Bill said about the global position on nuclear. So his words, I can't remember exactly where, its time has come. And I absolutely feel that we have a window of opportunity to sort of really capitalise on all the things that Bill said. But the thing that's really striking a chord with me when I talk to schools or I talk to apprentices that are working in this area is just how valuable nuclear is now seen in terms of its contribution to the challenge of climate change. And as the only clean, low-carbon electricity source that's been proven at scale, I definitely think its moment has come, whether that's gigawatts, SMRs, or advanced modular. So in that context, it's just worth also thinking a little bit about the UK. We're a proud civil nuclear country. And actually at our peak, I think in 1995, we had about 25% of our electricity was provided by nuclear. 1995 was also a high point and a low point because it was the last time we built a nuclear power station. So Sizewell B was our last nuclear power station. We had quite a gap. And so at the moment, we are now 60% through building Hinkley, it's EDF projects, really crucial. We'll deliver 3.2 gigawatts of power. And we are also actively negotiating for the next EPR Sizewell C and looking at how we can, I'll come back to this later, how we can bring in private investments into that process. We're hoping to do FID on that this summer. So that's the final investment decision. So that's where we are, our baseline, but we have huge ambitions in the UK, as you've mentioned. And we published a roadmap earlier this year that set out our very ambitious target to get up to 24 gigawatts of nuclear on the system by 2050. That would, we think, be back to about 25% of future electricity demand. And so, that's quite an ambitious target, but, we like a challenge. So, there's lots of issues around how we get there. But, the real focus is just like having that ambition, having that North Star and coalescing the system behind it. And it's important to say this is all forms of nuclear technology. So obviously we have gigawatts in the mix, but also SMRs and advanced modular reactors too. So, across the piece, we need all of those components to move forward. And so to achieve this, we have set out, again, an ambition to secure investment decisions to deliver 3 to 7 gigawatts every 5 years. And so, again, that is pretty punchy. But, we're determined, as Bill said, if we don't do it now, then when will we do it? So, and just to flag the final thing for me, we have an SMR competition that is live. And so SMRs have become very much into the fore now, which is fantastic. And we have a live competition going. We would down select to the projects that we feel are most able to achieve final investment decision by the end of the decade. So I feel very optimistic about the UK position. I'm under no illusions about how challenging it is. And I know later we're going to come back to some of the challenges, which I shall look forward to that part of the conversation.
Sama, let me go back to COP28, because of course it was very important you were running the net zero nuclear platform. It was the first time along with the Emirates Corporation. How important was that? And when looking at the ambition of tripling nuclear by 2050, how do you see the roadmap?
Well, you are right. I mean, certainly COP28 was a watershed moment, as many people mentioned this. But let's just be clear, the nuclear industry has been present at COP for 20-some years, since the first COP, and World Nuclear Association was there in all these discussions, not always very successfully, but certainly nuclear has always tried to be at the table. And it's only been in the last 3 years, really, when we have seen a newfound pragmatism in many countries, that really they got their calculators on top of the table and they did the math, and the math indicated very clearly that there was no way for them to achieve Paris Agreement goals in a cost-effective manner, in an equitable manner, without including nuclear. So clearly that was already there. And this is partly what motivated us to put together the Net Zero Nuclear Initiative. It was an opportunity to bring together, obviously, the industry, but also governments and civil society to actually make this point of view very visible, very, very obvious in the context of COP, and obviously this translated in many things. So number one, which I think is perhaps, very important, as you mentioned, the global stocktake. 199 countries, for the first time ever, they actually highlighted the essential need to accelerate nuclear energy if we are serious about meeting Paris Agreement goals. Also very important, which perhaps we don't always realize, we had 123 countries in the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge that also mentioned nuclear energy as an option beyond renewables and energy efficiency. So that's also something that has never happened before. And as you mentioned, we were able to bring together 25 countries with this bold and ambitious goal to triple global nuclear capacity by 2050. And I think that what it was also important, because we had put together this coalition of energy industry and civil society, 2 days later, the nuclear industry actually took that challenge from the countries, and we have over 120 companies in 44 countries in all continents saying, okay, we've heard you countries and we are doing our best to actually deliver on that promise. So I think this has been a watershed moment. It is essential to get all this visibility, all these policies that do start to recognize the role of nuclear. But I think, as we've heard from Bill, as we heard from others, the point now is to translate all these energy policies in industrial policies that are going to help us deliver on the supply chain that we need. They are going to provide the long-term visibility that the finance community needs in order to understand how they can invest in nuclear projects, obviously new nuclear power plants, of course, but also the entire nuclear value chain. I mean, from mining, enrichment, fuel fabrication, also extending the life of the current fleet, all the aspects of the supply chain. I mean, there are many industrial pieces of the puzzle that are essential, and of course, workforce. We do need to we need to have the skills that are going to be essential to actually launch all this carbon-free energy, including nuclear. And I always like to mention that, because nuclear doesn't sit in isolation. All these industrial policies need to englobe all carbon-free energy technologies, and that includes obviously the technology and the supply chain. And governments need, either it's countries or regions, as we have in Europe, they need to work together to actually deliver this entire ecosystem of clean energy development moving forward.
Of course, from pledges to action, this is what we need. And
exactly,
of course, investors
exactly.
want just one thing, that it's clarity along the way. Akito, let me turn to you, because of course we find ourselves 13 years after the Fukushima accident, but there has been a very important revival in Japan. Can you tell us more about it?
Thank you, Sylvia. First of all, I'm honored to speak here today as the only Japanese panelist. So thank you again for having me for this wonderful gathering. It has been 13 years since the severe accident at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. So despite being a country that experienced such a disaster, Japan chose to continue utilizing nuclear power, which is a very different path from that of Germany or Italy. And now we have successfully brought 12 reactors back online. Another 5 have obtained the necessary approvals and are preparing for the restart. And I expect 2 or 3 of those 5 will restart this year. So additionally, 10 more are currently undergoing safety reviews. And if all of these reactors were to resume its operations, it would bring to the total of 27, and which roughly represent 20% of our country's energy mix of electricity supply. So having said this, you may now feel that the Japanese people have recovered from the trauma of the accident or have forgotten about it. But I would say that is not the case. Here I would like to share the most important lesson learned from the Fukushima accident with you. Of course, the Japanese government and we, the Japanese industry, have engraved this accident into the cornerstone of our every endeavor, always placing safety at the forefront, including rigorous, strengthened regulatory framework and the industry's efforts in the intense peer reviews. But these are not enough. The most important lesson we've learned is, in my opinion, the importance of continuous and open dialogue about safety, not just within the nuclear stakeholders, but also with the wider society. In the past, there was a tendency to avoid discussing safety as overly elaborate explanations or arguments about safety could ironically provoke doubts regarding safety in the public. But the same thing can be said regarding the accident evacuation planning. Those were mistakes. We have to commit to transparent communication and engagement with the people to address any concerns. Safety must always be the top priority of our agenda. So as we race towards our goal of 2050 carbon neutrality over the next 26 years, it will be crucial for us to keep safety as a central focus of our discussions and communications with the society. This is and will be the foundation that supports the revival of Japanese nuclear power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Olivier, let me turn to you because of course France is one of the world leaders when we speak about nuclear energy. 70% of electricity comes from nuclear energy. And there is a roadmap that has been set up from the government that it's to reduce fossil fuel dependency from 60 to 40 by 2030. So can you explain what is the roadmap and how, of course, nuclear can serve to this objective?
Yes, thank you, Sylvia. So before I come to your question more precisely, I would like to appreciate what you started with. It seems that everybody agrees on the role of nuclear now in the energy policy, and it's good news because a few years ago it would have been probably different. I understand that 85% of the G7 is convinced, probably a higher percentage of G20. I'm deeply convinced that we rich countries are not rich enough to afford not to use nuclear and not to decarbonize our economies. So we cannot save this effort of putting nuclear in our mixes. Some countries can do it. If you're Norway, if you're Iceland, if you're Uruguay, and you have enough hydro or shore or offshore wind, then you can afford not to have nuclear. But apart from that, the experience shows that countries that have decarbonized their electricity generation used nuclear, and France is part of that, as you said. The other, if we look back into history for a moment, France is a country that was maybe 40 to 50 million people at the time in the 70s, 80s, 90s, when we built the infrastructure that we currently have, meaning 54 reactors were commissioned in 15 years. That's almost 60 gigawatts in 15 years, plus the fuel cycle infrastructure and the whole thing, I mean the whole industry. It was very quick. So it shows that it's possible to decarbonize deeply and quickly, and it's probably the fastest decarbonization that ever happened in the history. So it can be done. The question is, and I really appreciate that we now move forward to that question that we were turning around for the past years. Now the question is how to do it. And I think what is key is two things. Well, we have two things to address. One is execution. Financing is fine, skills will come, we need a large program. We cannot just build one project here, one project there. We experienced that in the past 20 years, it doesn't work. We need series, we need to make nuclear an industry. What is peculiar with nuclear is that it's very dense, so we have small amounts of equipment, small amount of everything, so it's quite difficult to get series. But we need to organize series, and that must be made happen. It cannot just happen by chance. It must be wanted from a political point of view, but as we saw in the UK, for instance, it's been wanted for a long time, and it's very difficult to make it happen. It has to be made happen. And we need series, we need programs, industrial programs, we need industrial execution. And second thing is, if we build new plants, we need users to use the electricity. Otherwise, it will not be a sustainable economy. So, in my view, investing industries should be incentivized to connect to low-carbon grids. Because as long as they use electricity that is generated with coal or gas, it will not help nuclear to invest. So those are my main comments. Thank you.
So, Massimo, we find ourselves in a moment which can be called perma-crisis, polycrisis, geo-economic fragmentation is a very complex word. So where do you see the role of nuclear at the intersection between geopolitics and the decarbonization needs?
I think decarbonization will be a geopolitical storm, both for producers and then for consumers. So let's have a look at producers first. Oil consumption is peaking. Some people say it will be 2030, some people earlier, some people later, but it will happen. Now, Petrostate will be operating in a shrinking market. And nobody likes to operate in a shrinking market. Can you imagine what would be Russia, what would be Saudi Arabia with less revenue from oil? It will be a storm. Now, what will be accompanying this decarbonization and electrification? Now, when we think about oil producers, we think about OPEC, OPEC+, Russia, etc. When we think about electrification, I think there is one country that comes to our mind. Let me call it a country C. And this country controls 70% of the battery, solar panel, rare earth, cobalt, and so on and so forth. We have a problem. What can we do? In my opinion, we should be inspired by what we do in the 70s during the oil shocks. I think I'm the older by the panel. In the panel, I remember what happened. The oil price went from $3 to $40. What we did, we looked for oil at home, and we find oil in the North Sea. It's what we call today reshoring. Then we look for oil nearby in Norway, is what we call nearshoring. And then we look for oil in the Gulf of Mexico and in Alaska, is what we call friendshoring. We need to do the same with critical raw material, which are the vitamin of the energy transition. The other thing that we did in the 70s, since oil was expensive, and even there were reports from the carbon room saying we were running out of oil, etc., we looked for alternative sources, and France embraced very fast and furious, if I can use this word, nuclear. What we could do with critical raw material, which are controlled by China, we need to recycle them, or whenever is possible, replace with other material which are not so critical. So this is one challenge with the country C. The other challenge is technology. We lost the battle, maybe not the war, but the battle on solar panel. We lost the battle on batteries. On electrical vehicle, I think the battle is ongoing, but well, time will tell. I think we should not afford to lose the battle on nuclear. And I think this is my suggestion and my humble suggestion. I spent 25 years of my life working for the European Commission. I'm a private citizen, so I'm speaking my personal behalf. I think if we want to do something, we need to stay together. It needs to be a European initiative. Maybe not at member state level, maybe at company level, but it's not an initiative with full respect for the capability of France. It's not something that one country can do on its own. And one other thing I wanted to add to conclude. In the 70s, the oil shocks were a black swan. I don't know whether the black swan were existing at this time as an expression, but nobody was expecting the Iranian Revolution, nobody was expecting the Kippur War, etc. Now we know that we have a problem and we need to do something about it. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Massimo. I think we can sum up this with the need of strategic autonomy, which is something that, as a whole, we're all searching for. Let me go back to the challenges to the nuclear roadmap. Is it about delays? Is it about cost? Is it about skills? It's all the above, and how the government is facing them.
It's basically all the above. So look, I have like 4 key buckets of challenge, I think, that's facing the UK. But when I say that, I think it's facing everyone. Learning from each other is really important. So first is financing. It is just hard. These things are expensive. We've lived through, certainly in the UK, and I know others the same, delays to schedule, increases in cost. We just have to address these issues, and finding, sort of innovative financial solutions that will allow private investment to come in to support development of these, really important assets is key. In the UK, we've passed the nuclear financing bill, which allows us to use a RAB model to basically support funding streams. We are actually out now engaging on the Sizewell C project on a capital raise to see what private equity we can bring into the system. I think it's also important that we have the right framework. So in the UK, we have a green taxonomy, and we've been looking at how we can bring nuclear into that, just to send the signal that nuclear is certainly, as a low-carbon electricity source, key to our green agenda. I actually think this is one of the areas globally that we should be working together on. I know Bill has mentioned this. I think it is an absolute key priority because, as we've all talked about, whether it's SMRs or gigawatt, actually working together to deliver, the ambitions we have requires the financial institutions to work with us and to be changing the way they think about risk. And so I don't know what the answer is, but it's key. Just really quickly on the others, delivery models and supply chains have been mentioned. In the UK, we set up something called Great British Nuclear, which is going to be hopefully our key delivery body that will drive forward the future nuclear programme. It's currently focusing on the SMR programme. And that will be a body of expertise that will give advice to us that we don't have available to us in government around technical, commercial and programme design and delivery. So that is one of our responses. Skills, everybody said, just is a fact, we do not have enough nuclear scientists, we don't have enough welders, we don't have enough of the kind of skills that we need, not only for nuclear actually, but also the wider green transition. And so we have in the UK just recently had a nuclear task force, skills task force, which has tried to do a really important thing, which is for us to join up across the whole nuclear endeavour in the UK. So that is both civil and defence side to look at the skills that are needed collectively and how we can work together to make sure that we're not poaching from each other or, kind of really treading on each other's toes. So that is a big step forward. And then I guess the final thing for me is just around regulatory landscapes. And I totally agree with Bill's points earlier about you can't compromise on regulation and safety. But I think there is a challenge to the system here, is that how do we streamline some of the regulatory environments that we have so that we're not compromising on safety, but we are making a combined effort to basically align where we can. There's a lot of duplication and a lot of things that we can see in the work that we started doing about how to reduce timeframes. And all of these things are so important to doing exactly what you said right at the start, which is we have to send the right signal to industry and investors so they have confidence. And all of those components are key to getting the confidence for investors to come in.
And maybe we need also a little more of knowledge of the role that really nuclear can play. And Sam, I'm asking you about industrial decarbonization, off-grid application. It's electricity, it's heat, it's hydrogen.
Exactly. Now, I think that is essential for us to educate the investment community on what I mentioned before. It's not just the traditional large projects. There is many other projects. And also, we need to make sure that they understand that while a nuclear power plant may take 4 or 5 years to build, we are talking about a 40, 60, 80 years investment that is going to provide day in and day out a constant revenue stream. So, and again, the important thing here, to me, this is an exciting opportunity that we are starting to see people out there recognize that nuclear can actually be a game changer to decarbonize the entire economy. Yes, everybody knows that we can produce electricity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, cost effectively, but we can also produce heat at the same time, and this is a game changer. So obviously, this heat is going to be used. There are already quite real projects of this district heating, so we can help decarbonize heating and cooling in buildings. So that's a major source of carbon emissions. Then there is process heat for many industrial sectors, which is what you were discussing. So the metallurgical industry, cement, ammonia, hydrogen, all those are industries that are very much looking at how nuclear can help them decarbonize. The chemical industry, we have already examples, Dow Chemical having very specific plans to use nuclear electricity and heat for their future plans. But again, we are talking to the oil and gas industry because they are starting to understand that nuclear energy can be critical for them to decarbonize their scope 1 and 2 emissions. So we are going to be able to extract oil and gas more in a cleaner manner. The petrochemical industry can become much more carbon-free, and of course, I'm sure there is a lot of work that is taking place in the CCUS part of the equation, which is a little bit different. So we also, I think that it's important to recognize the importance of distributed grids. So not everybody lives in a traditional large grid. So there are applications for nuclear in remote locations, in places with very small grids, whether it's mining opportunities, or mining centers or industrial centers, oil and gas extraction platforms in the middle of nowhere. So in there also small modular reactors, micro reactors can be a very important game changer. And frankly, we are now currently working with the International Maritime Organization for them to look at the nuclear code to understand how nuclear propulsion, not just nuclear platforms, can actually help decarbonize the entire shipping industry, which again is a very, very huge emitter of carbon emissions. So the point here is to align the end energy users, the energy off-takers, that frankly cannot afford not to have carbon-free energy. I mean, we often talk about how much it costs to do a new nuclear project. Ask them how much it costs not to have energy, because the price is probably much, much higher. So we really need to align those needs with what nuclear energy can offer. And then I think that there is a very good synergy there to actually work forward together.
Akihito, I ask you if you, of course, agree, and what off-grid application do you envision for Japan?
Okay, I'd like to share my perspective of Japan's path towards decarbonization and the crucial role of nuclear energy can play. Japan is aiming at carbon neutrality by 2050, and in order to achieve it, decarbonization of the power sector is prerequisite. And however, it is not sufficient. That at present, over a half of CO2 emission come from non-power sector in Japan. So, namely industry, transport, and residential and commercial sector. For achieving full carbon neutrality, we need to promote as much electrification as possible in these non-power sectors, and then achieve carbon-free in the power sector. However, according to the study done by Tokyo University, 1/3 of energy demand in the non-power sector still remains not electrified. So the real challenge for us is to decarbonize these hard-to-abate portion with such technologies as hydrogen or biomass or CCS. So among these, hydrogen is expected to play a major role. So now the question is how to procure large amount of hydrogen, clean hydrogen. So there is a projection that the demand for carbon-free hydrogen will grow tenfold by 2050. So as you know, nuclear energy can provide a reliable, stable, and affordable power supplies, making it ideal for the consistent and efficient production of hydrogen. Additionally, nuclear-derived heat, as Sama said, can support an industrial process that requires high temperatures, further contributing to the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. One such innovative technology is the high-temperature gas-cooled reactor. It's called HTGR, developed by Japan Atomic Energy Agency, JAEA. The HTGR, which began operation in 2001, achieved a world record by reaching a reactor outlet temperature of 950 degrees Celsius, a record that still stands. This ultra-high temperature unlocks a vast potential of efficient hydrogen production and industrial application. So all in all, nuclear energies and keep being a vital component of Japan's energy strategy, offering a reliable and emission-free solution for both electrified and non-electrified sectors.
Olivier, let me ask you, when talking about SMRs, they work and pair well with renewables on load following. Can you explain to the audience what it is and why the existing fleet in French is already able to do that?
Can I tell everybody that we prepared that?
Of course.
Actually,
yes.
yeah, we prepared that question. And actually, so before I came here to the stage, I looked at the app of RTE. RTE is the French grid, transmission grid manager in France. And this is today, okay? This is generation of today. So yesterday evening, we had 38 gigawatts of nuclear. And right now, at 2:45, so just when we came here, we had 28 gigawatts. So it's a 10 gigawatt adjustment of load. Because in the meantime, of course, at noon, we have 5 gigawatts of solar. And there was 10 gigawatts of wind power earlier today. And in just 1 hour during the morning, it went from 10 to 5. So you have to follow the load. And in the meantime, of course, yesterday evening, there was quite a big consumption because people are partying and looking at the game and all that stuff. And right now, they are napping after family lunch for Sunday, you know. And so you have to adjust to all those things. Well, the good thing is when you have large reactors, you can also adjust to loads. We've been doing that for decades. And there are two ways. You can stop a reactor and restart a reactor, and you don't really want to do that. From an operator's point of view, it's not very convenient to stop the reactor, to restart the reactor for aging, for things can happen when you stop and start a reactor. But what you can do very easily is to change power 80% in 30 minutes, twice a day. So this is how we get 10 gigawatts of variation with a large fleet. What I'm saying is that we should not oppose the different solutions. The good thing is now we don't need to oppose anything. We need to save energy, we need to be efficient, we need renewables, we need nuclear, we need existing nuclear, we need to take our reactors as long as possible, we need to build new ones, we need to find new solutions like Stefano's. We need all of that. And the nice thing is SMRs are inspired by the fact that we need, again, series of projects. What we did in France is basically a program of LMR, large modular reactors.
Yeah.
That's what we did. And that's what China has been doing for decades. They are doing, I have to say, they are doing their part of the job right now. They are building 10 units every year. Europe and Northern America should do their parts as well, with large capacities. And we can definitely follow the load and adjust to a mix that has no fossil fuel at all. It just works. I have the proof here.
The most important thing is not to oppose always Mariano Grossi saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then you open the door to it's a multi-technological, of course, roadmap. Massimo, let me come back to you. when we talk about energy security and decarbonization, what in your mind are the priorities right now?
Well, after the invasion of Ukraine, of course, energy security became the rock star of the arena, and there was a kind of narrative saying, we cannot care about decarbonization, now we need to procure gas. And in fact, we did whatever it takes, or it took, to procure gas. However, in my opinion, energy security and decarbonization are two sides of the same coin, because the two cornerstones of decarbonization and energy security are energy efficiency and renewable. Now you might ask me, Massimo, what is nuclear? This is about nuclear. So let me say something about nuclear. And I was instructed I shouldn't say anything negative about nuclear, so I won't. However, I'm a friend of renewable.
Open-minded.
I'm a friend of renewable, and this doesn't make me an enemy of nuclear.
Exactly.
And sometimes when I'm in public debate, this is what's happening. If you are a friend of renewable, and this goes both ways. In preparing this meeting, I call a friend of mine, a professor in a UK university, and I did my homework and sent me some paper. He sent me a lot of paper on nuclear, and the first page of the paper was full of criticism of nuclear. We shouldn't be like that. I think nuclear and renewable should come together. And you might say, it's easy to say and difficult to do. No, it's not. In Sweden, it is happening. Sweden has an electricity which is virtually carbon-free. And I was really challenged by the application. It was not prepared, but I was challenged. So I'm in a spirit of a healthy competition. I will mention another application, which is electricity map.
Yeah.
You might like to have a look at the electricity map, and you see the carbon footprint of power generation in every country in Europe, in every minute. And I'm sorry to say so, the one of Sweden is even lower of the one of France. And it's lower because they marry renewable and nuclear. It has been possible that it should be a model for the remaining part of Europe. Finally, I think, so to conclude, energy transition and decarbonization goes hand in hand. If you don't believe me, today, you read the Corriere della Sera for the Italian. There is an interview to Fatih Birol, the executive director of the International Energy Agency, which has been dubbed by the most powerful influencer in the energy arena. And he says exactly the same. Decarbonization and security goes hand in hand. I stop here.
And he also says we need nuclear to get to 2050, otherwise net zero is kind of impossible. So what you were saying, Massimo, a very important CEO of an Italian company always tell me that when you have knowledge about a technology, when you have knowledge about the physics, when you have knowledge about what is behind the economy of energy, you can master it and you can bring progress. So I think this is exactly what the debate should be about. But in the 10 minutes that we have left, and I will ask you to be very, very quick. So Lee, what do you think this G7, that it's very important and very mental, can bring to international cooperation?
Thank you. I'll be really quick. So I think it's a couple of things. It's pushing ambition and holding to account. I think it is changing the narrative on nuclear. Their voice projects widely. So changing the narrative, pulling out all of those points that people have said about the different applications, so people really understand what nuclear is about. And I also think it is focused on holding ourselves to account specifically, so convening discussions around maybe financing or different component parts, and using that convening power to get not only governments but also business and other key elements of the system in the room.
Akito, I will ask you before, do you agree, since at the last G7 we had the Sapporo 5, which was another milestone, very important.
Yeah, very important.
Sorry, could you say again?
If you agree with what Lee just said and what international cooperation and what these events like the G7 can bring to as a solution.
The international cooperation is so critical for our endeavor, and Japan and the United Kingdom has a very good examples for international cooperation, especially for the advanced nuclear technology, both in fission and fusion. In particular, our cooperation on high-temperature gas-cooled reactor, HTGR, which I mentioned earlier, UK has chosen to work with Japan to rapidly deploy that technology, and this collaboration highlights the mutual benefits and that can be derived from international cooperation and in a nuclear technology. So that provides attractive opportunities for the global partners, I think.
Sama, of course, nevertheless, if we said how important it's knowledge, Europe is split between pro and anti-nuclear. So how would you make the case? And especially for some countries which at first opposed, but now we are seeing that even them are leaning into the idea.
Well, it is clear that each country is sovereign. They will have to make their own decisions when it comes to their long-term energy future. But I think it's also important that all countries will recognize that they need to let other countries make their own decisions when it comes to energy policy. So I think that in that sense, having policies that recognize that sovereignty is very, very important. I would say that perhaps in Europe, I don't think it's so split anymore. I think that there is perhaps a couple of not very supportive of nuclear countries. There is a large majority of very supportive countries that are actually moving forward very ambitiously and I would say aggressively on this plan. And then let me just go to something that is even, well, just as important, I would say. There is 800 million people all over the world, in Africa, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, and even in Europe or in North America, they have minimum access to energy. And those people, when we are talking about the long-term energy future, it's not so much about decarbonizing, it's not so much about energy security. These countries, for them, the discussion is not about that. The discussion is from going to no energy to energy. And that is a completely different discussion that requires all carbon-free energy sources. And many of these countries are very seriously considering nuclear. So I think that it is our job to make sure that they have the information and the access that many of us have had for decades to this technology.
And for sure, things are moving. I refer to the announcement that our minister just did. And what happened in Italy in the last 24 hours, I think, I'm looking at Stefano, but it can be defined as historical, given what happened since our last referendum. Olivier, France can lead this way?
I don't know if we have to lead the way. I think that since France has one of the industries, of the nuclear industries that are available and comprehensive, of course, it has a responsibility to be part of it and to cooperate. I fully agree. It's really a matter of cooperation. If you look at Europe only, for instance, the grid is connected. So policies are by country, but at the end of the day, the system is mostly a European system, and nuclear should be recognized as a stabilizer. I mean, from a grid management point of view, from a political point of view, economical point of view, it is a stabilizer, and it should be recognized as such. What makes me optimistic is that what is happening right now in France is we are reopening a new phase of new build. I started in this industry 25 years ago, a bit more than 25 years ago. That's exactly the period when to actually be in a nuclear new build program, you had to go to China. This is what I did. We stopped building plants on an industrial basis 25 years ago in the West. The UK has been the first one to restart with HPC. And is leading the way. You were talking about leading, and I think the UK is leading the way for Europe and for the West right now. And we are taking our share now by having on the table a first set of six reactors, and then the aim to reach some pace of 1 to 2 reactors every year. And this is the way we should look at it, not 1 or 2 or how many reactors, but what is the rhythm of the industry to make it run. That's exactly what we need. And since we are doing that, I think it's quite an interesting period to enter right now.
I think, for example, transports, Massimo, and what is needed for electrification.
Well, transport, we know when we travel is driven by oil, more than 90%. So if you want to decarbonize transport, we need to use electricity. Now, Einstein used to say an image is worth 1,000 words. So this, my image, is the pie chart of the energy consumption and energy emission, and a quarter of it is transport. 20% is road transport. So let me consider road transport. I know there are different views on electrical vehicle, but I like to share with you 3 figures: 1 million, 10 million, 14 million. 1 million of cars were put on the street, electrical vehicle car, were put on the street in 2016. In 2022, they became 10, a tenfold increase. Last year, there were 14, a 40% increase year to year. I think the trend is there. When it comes to heavy duty, it's a bit more difficult. I think the jury is still out, but my educated guess, will be happy to bet a lunch with anyone, is that they will be electrified. To make a local example, the municipality of Torino has just bought 120 electric trucks. Rail is mostly electrified or electrifiable. Maritime, I will not spend time on maritime because it has been being covered by the other distinguished speaker. Let me move to aviation. Aviation is the difficult child of the family. Every family has a difficult child. However, I think we need to put this into perspective. And it has been written by the economists that aviation reputation is much worse than its carbon footprint. We are talking about 2%. So I think we should care about the other 98%, and when we solve the problem with the 98%, we can focus on the 2. And my final statement is that future is uncertain, but transport future is electric.
A big round of applause to our guests. Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, and thank you to our wonderful speakers. And now I am delighted to invite everyone to join us downstairs in the main lobby for a very brief coffee break. Please return by 4 o'clock when we will resume our program. Thank you. and welcome back. Please continue to take your seats. We are about to begin. I am delighted to introduce our next set of keynote remarks and our next speaker, who is Dr. Francesco Corvaro, Special Envoy for Climate Change at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and at the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security in Italy. Please take your seats as we are beginning. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks. So welcome to this fantastic location, and thanks for inviting me to this really important panel. So we are speaking about the role of nuclear in the energy transition, and I have here in my hands the final communiqué, not of the G7 of tomorrow, but of the Foreign Minister final communiqué. And inside, you can find an important reference to the role of energy, but moreover of the nuclear energy. So it is real crucial in this new world, the role that we have that has the transitioning, and in particular the energy transition. And what is clearly important for Italian government is this: we need to use everything to achieve the target agreement and the targets, the Paris targets. And in the panel before my speech, I took some notes. Someone said that the nuclear industry was present in COP28, and this is real. And fortunately, they are there, because after COP28, we received, if you want, a sort of to-do list. In the paragraph 28, you can find different steps that we should follow if we want to maintain on track the possibility to reduce to maintain the temperature under 1.5 Celsius degree. And one of the main sectors for sure is the energy sector. And inside you can find obviously a remark to the use of renewable energies, but you find also different other technologies. The second one, after the renewable, is nuclear. This is the first time, I think, and it put in evidence one real important aspect. If we want to follow the transitioning away from fossil fuel, we need to use all the technologies that we have. And some technologies are ready now. The fission is ongoing to become more safe and with the new real perspective. And from the Italian government, it is normal to take this inside the taxonomy pathway. For this reason, for example, Minister Tajani decided to sign the statement in Brussels at the end of March, because Italy is strongly involved in this discussion with its partners, its industries, and also, moreover, with its universities. Why I told you this? Because if we want really to enter in these new technologies, we need to prepare our younger people. So it is extremely important to restart and to reinforce, if you want, the capabilities that we have inside our university. I am a university professor, so I know very well which is our condition. We need to improve the knowledge in this direction. For this reason, for example, last Tuesday, we organized here in Turin a meeting of the International Italian Attaché to discuss about scientific diplomacy, and also in that discussion with the Ministry Bernini, we spoke about the needs to improve and to invest in this direction. So it's clear that in Italy, we have a lot of industry that are involved right now in the nuclear sector, even if we don't have any production in this moment. My role is not easy in this period because you know that climate change is a tough argument, sometimes also to explain what is really climate change, because there is different position in this. Instead, climate change is something that is connected with science. And this is another aspect that COP28 put in evidence, the importance to create connection between policymakers and scientists. Climate change is something that asks us to take new positions. One is this, because if we want to produce more electricity, as I listened some minutes ago, and this is obviously one of the things that also Europe asked us, we need to produce this electricity. And we need to produce electricity without emitting greenhouse gas. We have only one possibility. For sure, renewable energy, as much as you want, but we need also a base load that give us the opportunity also to invest in the security in the energy sector. In Italy, for example, we need a mix of different sources of energy, and one of these must be nuclear. I know that something is changed, fortunately, in the public opinion, but if we want to achieve this target, we need to involve in the discussion all the parties. Industry, obviously, public part, but moreover, the public opinion and the civil part and the civil society, that in this moment is, in my opinion, ready to enter in this new discussion about nuclear energy. We have new technologies. We will speak about small and advanced modular reactor, and in the future, not too close, in my opinion, the fusion. So, as you can see, we have a new way to think about this thanks to COP28. This morning, I met the president of COP29. As you know, COP29 will be about financing, but it is not only finance. We need also to keep the attention on important statement that we signed in COP28. One of these is the statement of increase the nuclear energy. Unfortunately, Italy was not able to sign this statement in COP28 because we don't have any production right now in Italy. But also in this direction, I received the support of Minister Tajani to discuss with the US about the possibility to adjust the statement for COP29. I went to the White House to meet John Podesta. He's the guy that substituted John Kerry, and we discussed a lot about the role of nuclear energy and the possibility to create a connection between the US and Italy, not only for the fusion, but immediately for the fission, because we need an answer now, not at the end of 2050, for example. And the technology that is almost ready, I hope, is the technology connected with the advanced modular reactor and the small one. So we are working on this also in the G7. I can't say too much about this because in this moment We have again the negotiations at Vannia, but Italy worked a lot to insert a specific topic about nuclear energy, fission and fusion, because really the Italian government wants to work in this direction. My hope, and I am working on this also with Tajani and Pichetto, is to enlarge the discussion also to the other part, the opposition of the government, because we are speaking about important investments that is also for the future. So we need to involve in this discussion as much as possible the maximum people that we can, and moreover, we should, in my opinion, to launch a partnership between younger people and no more younger people to maintain this discussion opened in the future, because we are working now, we are starting now, but this is a pathway, this is that needs more than 1 or 2 years. We know very well this. For this reason, we would like to receive a big support from everyone, because it's crucial for Italy, but moreover for the entire world, if we want to achieve the target that we receive from the Paris Agreement. I am an engineer, a mechanical engineer, so normally I go to the university to teach to my students, and I can say you that they are ready. They understand very well which is the situation right now. I know that everything has a risk. There is no choice without any kind of risk. We need so to focus the attention on the targets that we want. If we want no more greenhouse gas effect, we need to accept a sort of small risk, big risk, in this case with the new reactor, a reduced amount of risk, but we have no choice without any kind of risk. We are working in this, we know this very well, and the younger generation is ready. I hope that also among my generation can start a new idea in this opportunity, because, sorry, but from a technological point of view, we have no other choice if we want to achieve that. So thanks again for inviting me, and have a good night this evening and a good dinner for late. Bye.
Dr. Corvaro, thank you so much for your remarks. I'm delighted to introduce our next panel discussion, which will be on the topic of new nuclear finance. Our first speaker will be Stefano Buono, and speakers, please come to the stage when you hear your name. Stefano Buono, who is Chief Executive Officer of Nucleo. Kirsten Cutler, Senior Strategist for Nuclear Innovation at the Bureau of International Security and Nonproliferation at the U.S. Department of State. Yves Desbazier, Director General of Nuclear Europe. Carol Berrigan, Executive Director of International Government Affairs and Supply Chain at the Nuclear Energy Institute. Massimiliano Picciani, France 2030 SMR and AMR Funding Program Manager at BPI France. And again, our moderator is Silvia Berzoni, Chief Editor of CNBC Italy.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. A round of applause for your precious job, of course. Welcome to all our speakers. And we were talking about how to make the investment ecosystem more favorable, private, public, and of course how we can create innovative financial mechanism. So Stefano, let me start with you, because I think we can fairly say that you are the most European funded startup right now, and you are on a roadmap to raise 1 billion euros. So private investments are very important, and by definition, small modular reactor open the door for new investments. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes. I had this idea actually in the 90s because I realized in the 90s that it was almost impossible to make an innovation in nuclear energy with public money. That was a different time from now. Now I'm a bit more optimistic that we can have contributions, and I hope that we'll see something in the next months. But at that time, I had this vision. Then for almost 20 years, I was not able to start a company. But when I started a company only 2.5 years ago, there were already 30 companies that all over the world, especially in North America, were born with the idea of developing privately nuclear energy. And now, I must say that almost doubled in a couple of years. So you see the trend is impressive. Of course, these are, many of them are startups, not all of them will succeed, but this is a trend that we have to help. So we really have to move from governmental investment into private investment if you want to accelerate on nuclear. And so we find ourselves as leaders in Europe in this, but American startups are also very well funded. So we started with 400 million. Yes, we are. I've been a little bit challenging with the goal to raise 1 billion as the next step, because I think we have to set the bar high. We have to be ambitious, all of us. I was ambitious with finance, but we have to be ambitious with timelines, with a lot of elements if we want to get major use of this momentum that everyone is talking about, this good momentum for nuclear, the right momentum. The third option that the nuclear industry is having, and finally we have to grab. So also financially we have to grab this opportunity, and I think the private can play a role. To play a role, we have to go small, and we have to go fast. So we have to have small investment, many of them, and we have to make sure that these investments are done very rapidly. That's why the role of small modular reactors, advanced modular reactors, is important, because the modularity and the organization of a small reactor may get to the goal of building a reactor in 3 years. The first one is not going to be built in 3 years, but we have to reach this goal, 3 years for building a reactor, because if we make an investment in a nuclear reactor in 3 years, the internal rate of return will be high, very high, I can assure you. And a lot of people are going to invest into this kind of energy. So that's the goal.
And a lot of people are already investing in nuclear, not enough given your ambitious goal of 1 billion. But Kirsten, let me turn to you and the effort that the US Department is making in financing emerging nuclear projects. I think, for example, at Project First, but there are several more. Phoenix, can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, very happy to. First off, I just want to thank Nucleo and the Atlantic Council and ISPE for this great event today. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, today we're seeing drivers, as others have mentioned, drivers like we've never seen before for nuclear energy, for energy security, for decarbonization goals. And President Biden made clear from his first day in office that the climate crisis would be the center, addressing the climate crisis would be the center of foreign policy going forward, and that includes nuclear energy. And then we've seen how the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has really dramatically increased the need for energy security. So the Department of State has really ramped up our efforts, in addition to our ongoing efforts, which we've also increased on the diplomatic side, working with our embassies around the world on developing agreements and that sort of thing. We've also embarked on new initiatives in the capacity building side of things, putting programmatic money into engaging with both emerging countries as well as those that are expanding their programs to help them build up their capacity to put in place a nuclear power program under the highest standards of safety, security, and non-proliferation. And the FIRST program, which you mentioned, FIRST is an acronym. It stands for the Foundational Infrastructure for the Responsible Use of Small Modular Reactor Technology. And 3 months into the administration, President Biden announced this program to help countries build up their capacity. Today, 3 years later, we have more than 38 countries that are partnered with us around the world on the FIRST program. We have 17 more that are on a waiting list. We get expressions of interest every week. And this program is really helping countries look at the financing, the licensing, the technology selection, stakeholder engagement, workforce development, all those foundational pieces that are really critical to a safe and secure, responsible nuclear power program. So we've invested about $72 million so far into this program. And then we have special projects. So in addition to the capacity building, where we're engaging with countries and bringing them on study tours to the United States, and all of that in cooperation throughout the US government, as well as our national laboratories, our universities, and also in cooperation, importantly, with our like-minded allies. Japan, Korea, and Canada are all supporting implementation of the FIRST program. We realized that businesses, companies are not able to develop those long-term 10-year relationships that are needed to really get your foot in the door in a country on their nuclear power program. So the government really needed to step up and fill that gap. So in addition to the capacity building, we also have special programs under FIRST, and I'll just mention one of them, which is our Project Phoenix program that was announced by Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry at COP27. And this is a coal to SMR conversion program. Countries in Europe, Eastern and Central Europe, were eligible for the program. And John Kerry announced the competitively selected awardees of the feasibility studies that we're providing, and that was to Czech Republic, to Poland, and to Slovakia. So we are engaging with all three of those countries to examine how they can convert their coal assets into clean, reliable, small modular reactor assets. So this is one of many kind of special projects we have under the FIRST program to really get the US and other like-minded countries out there engaging. Countries love the person-to-person exchange. They love having their experts working together. So it's been a really successful program so far.
And of course, on the top of this, the Biden administration is investing billions in keeping the existing fleet working. Let me go back to the high-level conference that was hosted in Brussels in March. What was the discussion then on nuclear finance?
Yeah, I think this conference that took place last month in Brussels. So first of all, the symbol of Brussels being somehow the capital of Europe was a very strong one. It also marked somehow an important step in the process that started a bit earlier. I would say 3-4 years ago, the conversation was not at all in favor of nuclear. And I think it's fair to say that there have been many, I would say, facts, things happening. It's been said before, the Ukraine crisis, that shown that basically some policies of some countries in Europe had a lot of flaws. And here, obviously, everybody has in mind the German so-called Energiewende, which basically rest on two legs. One was renewables expansion, and the other one was gas, Russian gas. And it showed that this scheme doesn't provide the security and the sovereignty you need to have a serious energy transition. And this, I think it's part of one of the starting point on that. When it comes to financing, so we have had also an uphill battle from Nuclear Europe's perspective to ensure that nuclear would be included in the European taxonomy. The starting point was, I must say, only renewable were in the mindset of some policy officer within the Commission would be eligible to taxonomy. And then we managed to drive the conversation a little bit on more fact-based, scientific-based consideration. And we basically, it was very simple. We said nuclear at the end doesn't make more harm than technologies which are already considered as compatible with taxonomy, like, for example, carbon capture system. So this was something we managed to get. And I think it's very important steps, because now each time there is a new policy coming, being tabled by the Commission or anybody, the fact that nuclear is included as an eligible, sustainable source of energy makes the perspective totally different from what we had before. Now we manage to get strong consideration on somehow a sort of level playing field across technologies, including we are not there yet to be, I would say, to be fully on the same state of play as, for example, renewables. But we managed to change the discussion on that. I would say it's a very important step forward. It's not the end of the story, because now we also have to change policies on many other EU funds. And here one example is the Just Transition Mechanism, where you can get, for so-coal regions in Europe, you can get some support to transition from coal to other low-carbon technologies. Nuclear currently is not eligible. So only renewables are eligible to the Just Transition Mechanism. So this is one key example of the thing that still needs to be changed moving ahead. And we'll see with the next Commission what's going to happen on that. But it will be one battle we're going to strike on our side.
Carol, we need new financial models and schemes.
You know, I was thinking as I was listening to the first panel about what an exciting time it is to be a nuclear. You know, if we think back to your father's nuclear energy, it was large reactors, large light water reactors, it was utility-based model, or it was government supported, but it was a model that was really designed about providing large amounts of electricity in a utility system. That was the traditional model. And so as I think about nuclear today, and I think about how nuclear has changed, we still have very reliable large light water reactors. We have SMRs that are coming to market. We have advanced reactors. We have micro reactors. We have lots of different kinds of reactors that will meet different needs for different customers. And that is really what's changing the conversations around financing nuclear. So if you think about it from a traditional customer financing model, where based on their balance sheet, a company might, a large utility or a government might self-finance or raise debt based on that balance sheet and construct a project. We're now seeing these changes reflected. So we're seeing the new technologies and new markets, be it deregulation of a utility. So you have not the same model for your electric power system that you had before. You still could use debt finance for that, but you'll probably have to utilize private capital markets to bring a project across the finish line. With the new customer bases that we're talking about for things like process heat, for things that might be other behind the meter applications, you have other options that are being explored. There's an exploration of equity investment. There's exploration of PPAs that are PPA-backed debt or other structured finance tools. So it's a very interesting time to see how these different markets and these different kinds of customers and these different applications may address financing. I think the other piece that I'd bring into this conversation is really around the impact of what's happened in interest rates having a disproportionate impact as interest rates have gone up, tends to impact large capital-intensive projects more than others. And so that's really starting to open the door for more strategic partnerships for investors who can really realize the long-term benefits of the clean, reliable power that nuclear can bring, depending on the kinds of applications they have. We're seeing that with maybe petrochemical companies. You're seeing that interest for data centers. So it's just a very exciting time looking at all of the ways nuclear can become part of our clean and secure energy future.
And of course, also new renewable projects were deeply impacted by rate rise, and we're still waiting for the pivot on both sides of the Atlantic, maybe in Europe before the Fed, of course, because your economy has a lot of muscularity. Massimiliano, your job is exactly this, to attract funding for new reactors. So first of all, tell us more about your job and what signals do you see coming from the market?
Yes, thank you very much, Silvia. Thanks again to Nucleo and to the Atlantic Council for this invitation. First, let me remember, Bpifrance is the French public investment bank. We are a fully state-owned bank, and we are one of the operators, let's say the most important operator of this France 2030, France 2030 investment plan, which is a huge plan, 54 billion euros, to transform France through innovation. The first objective of this plan is to have in 2030 a first-of-a-kind nuclear reactor, small modular reactor or advanced modular reactor operating in France. This is the first objective we have. For this purpose, 1 billion of this investment plan of non-dilutive funding, that is grants, has been dedicated to have, from one side, 500 million to New World, which is a pressurized water small modular reactor, a more deployed technology, let's say, and 500 million dedicated to a call for project. That is my job, if you wanted to know. This call for project is dedicated to startups, and this is a very crucial point, working on fusion or on fission technologies, namely on those technologies that were before labeled as Generation 4. The idea was exactly what you said at the beginning, that is to start to trigger an innovation ecosystem around small modular reactors and advanced modular reactors. This call for project has 3 stages. The first stage, which is initial maturation, then proof of concept, then a demonstrator. At the end of the first stage, we had 11 startups that were selected, 2 on fusion technologies, 9 on fission technologies, which show a very, very large panel, very large diversity of technologies. We had high temperature reactors, we had molten salt, lead, of course, with Nucleo, sodium, fast reactors, also with a strong diversity of entrepreneurial approaches. We have some startups that are really solid, like Nucleo, as you remember at the beginning, some others that are at the beginning, but really saw these dynamics that has been triggered. Why? Because at the end, we want to activate this leverage effect where the state, the public investment, can start a good approach of private investment and private equity. What's next for us? We will have the other stages of this call for project. We are already developing a program to accelerate the industrial supply chain for new nuclear with our partners of GFN, and we will also, of course, invest in the next month in equity in some of those startups. But for us, it is really, really crucial to have private funding that is coming after this quite important public funding effort.
Speaking about which, Stefano, what do you think are still the challenges at raising capital?
Well, the challenge is that nuclear has never been a place where to invest in private money. So we have to fill, I would say, a gap, a temporal gap between first enthusiasm that came not only with fission programs, but even with fusion programs. 2 years ago, there has been $4 billion invested into fusion. So there was an enthusiasm, and now there is a little bit of a potential dead valley because the first project will take longer than after. I really don't see any problem in the investment being done in a few years from now because there will be very mature project that will lead the way to investors to understand that this is an exciting, really opportunity. But now, indeed, is a moment in which people have to be convinced. I think that in this phase, possibly we have to get more support from the public sector. I would say starting from Europe, for a European company, of course. I think US is really showing the way on how things have to be done. So I dream to have the equivalent of a Phoenix project into Europe with arguments on Europe. But there are some possibilities. For example, in UK, there is a huge taxation of oil and gas company at the moment. And if there is a decarbonisation of this, or their operation, there will be tax relief and a lot of money given to those companies. Of course, now, those companies are just thinking that the only way to decarbonize is investing into windmills or solar. Nuclear has to find a way to get this kind of opportunity. So this is just one example. So we have to think nuclear the same way we thought about renewables before. I think that if we sum up the support that has been given to renewables in the past 15 years, there's more than $1 trillion in Europe. It's really an incredible amount of money. I think nuclear industry may need even much less, since it's more effective, less consuming in terms of equipment, and it's more concentrated power. I'm sure we're going to need much less money, especially because I'm pretty sure that we can show the benefit of investing in nuclear. A few days ago, I saw a sentence that was very curious. Said nuclear is an expensive way to deliver cheap energy, while renewables is a cheap way to deliver expensive energy. So now we have to transform nuclear in being a cheap way to deliver cheap energy. I'm 100% sure we can manage to do this.
And indeed, the minister was very vocal in saying how the government has been supporting every form of energy, and it's ready and stands ready to support in the future nuclear if it will come to Italy, which we hope in the form of small modular reactor. Kirsten, partnership is the key between public and private. Can you give us some example?
Yeah, absolutely. Really, the public-private partnership is essential to getting us over this chicken and egg, valley of death, whatever you want to call it, to get emerging technologies. The technology is proven, but the commercial aspects have not been quite worked out over that threshold into deployment. We are in competition with state-backed entities who are able to do this much more easily. They have a single champion technology that they can put all their resources behind. So we need to work together between the private sector and government to really get over that. In addition, countries abroad, countries that seek to import nuclear energy technologies, they want to see that the government has a role in the process. They want to see government equity. They want to see that the host government has a role and is invested in that project. And let's face it too, nuclear energy is unlike any other energy source in that it requires government-to-government assurances. It requires government-to-government agreements for the non-proliferation pieces. So you really, it's really beneficial to work hand in hand to look at export controls and these sorts of things that impact nuclear energy exports, and to do that together. And finally, I would say, if we're going to reach fleet deployments to meet the needs at scale, we really need to work together to bring the major off-takers together to help share the risk and to get these fleets over the threshold. We need to, either co-locate or to have consortia or to put multiple entities together, for example, big tech along with steel, to share that risk and enable these deployments to go out. So the public-private partnership really is a key to seeing us meet the need at scale and pushing out like-minded technologies rather than ceding that space to authoritarian-backed entities.
There's been another important key, especially in Europe. It was tough, but finally nuclear was included in the green taxonomy. Same can be said for the UK. In Canada, we have a framework for green bonds. So Yves, how important is it, and especially to remove a key for institutional investors?
Yeah, I think it's a very important step which has been crossed. And I think very recently we've seen, for instance, EDF in France, which have emitted some green bonds. I believe there is a very strong appetite from the financial community to fund some green investments. So the fact that nuclear is clearly considered as part of the solution to address and to produce some green funding is essential. And I think this will come, we'll see many more examples of green bonds on nuclear being emitted over the next months and years. That being said, so it's part of the equation, but the equation is also about investments. So we have to really understand that we need many different pieces to aggregate if we want investments to move ahead. What we need is also, we need an appropriate framework. We need a conducive investment framework. And here, this is where policy is absolutely essential. And lately in Europe, on policy, we've seen a lot also of interesting progresses. Have in mind, for example, the electricity market reform that now in Europe includes nuclear as, alongside with renewables, eligible to contract for differences, PPAs, private partnership agreements, and included also as a net zero technology of nuclear. So those policies are also very important to change the way investors see investments into nuclear and get confidence. At the end of the day, it's a question of risk sharing. So we need to have the appropriate framework to have this risk sharing appropriately shared, and then these investments will materialize if we get this.
Carol, we are waiting for the US elections. I'm wondering do you believe that anything could change, or nuclear is a subject that in the US has a bipartisan backing?
Nuclear is very interesting. If you're following American politics, you'll see that there's a lot of division and a lot of diversity in perspective on many, many, many issues. Nuclear is one of those issues, however, that seems to bring people together. Nuclear is not a red issue, we'd call, or a blue issue. It's an American issue. And we're seeing that play out in the way our government is engaging. When I think back to the Trump administration, and I think back to the policies of that administration, President Trump signed out an executive order on small modular reactors. His administration changed the policy of our Development Finance Corporation to allow nuclear energy to be part of their portfolio and issued a nuclear strategy. Not long into the Biden administration, we saw President Biden sign the bipartisan infrastructure law that supported both the existing fleet of reactors as well as invested in next generation nuclear. And already this year, we've seen significant investment in nuclear, from $2.72 billion for fuel supply security, $800 million invested in Gen 3 Plus SMRs, and also about $140 million in risk reduction for future demonstrations. We've also seen some remarkable votes in our Congress, and I think about the Atomic Energy Advancement Act and how that moved in our House of Representatives. At the committee level, it was voted out 47 for and only 2 against. When it went to the entire House of Representatives, it was passed on about a 10-to-1 margin. I mean, that's very significant support for nuclear energy. And I think that also carries through as we think about the drivers. Why do people care about nuclear energy? Well, if you care about energy security, if that's an important issue for you, and national security, nuclear energy is part of the solution. If you care about climate, nuclear energy is part of the solution. If you care about what we call kitchen table issues at home, those are issues around economics and jobs, family issues, pocketbook issues. Nuclear is part of the solution. So it really provides this opportunity to build broad support politically. And we're seeing that not only at the national level, we're seeing it at the state level as well in the US, where over 100 bills were brought into state legislatures this year supportive of nuclear energy. And as I understand it, 12 have already moved forward. So this is very, very positive, deep support among Republicans and Democrats that I would hope would continue to move forward regardless of the outcome of the election.
Massimiliano, public funding is the way to attract private capital.
Yes, from our point of view, of course, yes. I spoke before about startups. Yeah. And this is our approach. So you have these actors that starting with pre-seed, seed, Series A. For us, as a public actor, the most important thing is to do what we also do in any kind of innovation sector. That is, we take the risk at the beginning with non-dilutive funding, then we accompany with some loans, and then we go for equity participation. All the startups we have seen in France now, they will not go all to the end. But this is not a risk, actually. All the knowledge that will be developed by those startups will be strongly valuable for all private investors, because they will develop technology, they will develop patents. So if we position ourselves in a really innovation framework, this makes sense. Of course, at the end, some of them will be unicorns. My colleagues from CEA, which is the Energy Atomic Center in France, say that there will be rhinoceros, because there will be some very strong stuff where you need to have licensing, where you need to have nuclear fuel issues, you have non-proliferation. So it's something really, really complex, because we are not speaking about common startups, we are speaking about nuclear startups. But this is the framework that is needed to attract this private capital, of course, not only by investment fund, maybe also from industrial investment fund, because at one point we will have to develop and deploy and to build this small modular reactor, advanced modular reactor, in a modular way by factories, by an industrial supply chain. But for us, this is the main path.
Okay, we'll have one last round of questions. I will ask you to be very quick. Stefano, I'll start with you. What do you expect for nuclear from the G7 Italian presidency?
Well, I was very happy to hear just a few minutes ago that Italy is going to enter into the nuclear alliance. That's a very huge point for us being in Torino and in Italy. Because we heard many times even today that we have to work together. And Europe is divided. We cannot really hide behind that. We have Germany that is still against nuclear. We have Spain that is not in favor of nuclear, but at least they are operating their reactor, and they have quite some time to come back to a proper strategy in support of nuclear. So the fact that we are working together is very important. Italy has been historically against nuclear. So it's very nice to see this direction. It's been also very nice to hear that there is money coming, because the intention is good, but here the first 135 million being allocated to our programs in Italy is important. I really wish that this momentum is continuing towards the institution. We need money, especially in the startup phase, in the new startup phase of our industry. I was very happy to hear just a few days before the Bruxelles summit that the European Bank of Investment is willing to invest again into nuclear after more than 35 years. We need sovereign funds to enter in this startup and to finance through fund also this this big momentum of this private environment that is entering into nuclear. I'm very glad that France is possibly one of the first countries to have this focus, also investing. I wish that this investment will not undermine the capability of the private sector to behave independently, because we don't have to become nationalized entities. We have to remain lean as a new industry. I'm talking about the new industry as we are part of it. So this is my wish. I wish that this will keep the momentum very strong for our industry, and we push more and more financial institutions to get interested into nuclear. There was the green taxonomy that became active 2 years ago. Only after 2 years, I saw the first investment bank changing their policy. That was Pichetto in this case, saying, okay, we didn't want to invest into nuclear at all. Now we are open again, but it took 2 years. So we have to be a little bit faster in this, and I think the institution can really help.
To accelerate is needed.
Yes.
Kirsten, you work with a lot of emerging markets. Can you give us a sense of the landscape there?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So for emerging markets, when we're talking about public-private partnerships, one angle on that I think is critical for countries to remember is the importance of working with like-minded countries. So if we're going to not lose the war on nuclear, as the last someone in the last panel spoke about, we need to work together with our like-minded countries in order to achieve the economies of scale and to have a robust footprint in the international market. I wanted to give one example of how we have done this in not an emerging market, but an expanding market, and that's Romania. In that case, a year ago today, or not today, but a year ago in a couple weeks on the margins of the G7 Leaders Summit, President Biden announced support for the Romania SMR project. This is a project at Doicești, which is the conversion of a coal plant to SMR. And that announcement included up to 275 million in support from the United States Exim Bank, from Japan's JBIC Bank, from private equity DSPE entity in Korea, and from ENEC in the United Arab Emirates. Okay, all working together, like-minded countries, to see this first-of-a-kind project move forward. In addition, Exim Bank and our Development Finance Corporation issued letters of interest for the main project of $3 billion and $1 billion respectively in support of that project. This is bringing like-minded countries together in a model to get us over that valley of death, chicken and egg situation. And that's the sort of cooperation that we really need to see move forward in emerging markets, working with the major entities that are component suppliers or they're the EPC contractors. Their export credit agencies will want to contribute to those projects, and we need to leverage those different financial tools from all of the entities that are involved in the project to see that project move forward. So that would be an example I think is valuable in terms of what we can do in emerging markets as well.
So Yves and Massimiliano, the same question for both of you. Where do you see most of opportunities in nuclear project finance? Yves.
Yeah, maybe I can start. I think I would like maybe to say a few words on the ASMR Industrial Alliance, because it has been mentioned many times, and I believe it's a success for now, and we'll see afterwards. Really, the spirit of this is to bring together a lot of players. So it includes potential investors, it includes end users, because at the end of the day, SMRs is also the promise to address hard-to-abate sectors. So we also have some intensive users being part of the equation. I think it's important to get them on board because they have absolutely massive needs of energy at large, and this comes from electricity, but also industrial heat, hydrogen, desalination, many applications. So it's part also to invest for this part is very important to get some investment, because some can come with a lot of money if they convince their own investor that SMR is part of a way for them to address decarbonization. So so far we've received more than 300 applications of the European Commission. So it includes some governments, so Italy, it was mentioned this morning, but also others like France, Poland, Romania, Czech Republic have applied to be part of this alliance. We'll see, but I really have high expectation on the capability of this alliance to play a role of catalyzing different interests and bringing things together so we can accelerate the deployment of SMRs, because there is no time. There is urgency, and we need to be able to move ahead very quickly, much quicker than we did so far. And it was reminded by Stefano. We need SMRs now. So let's do it.
Action. Massimiliano.
I do fully agree. It's really important. Also on the European level, opportunities to invest, huge opportunities to invest in those startups today, vendors tomorrow, utilities, and in the new supply chain, the industrial supply chain that will be needed to deploy this reactor. So investors' opportunities are now really, really huge. This is the moment where things have to be done to go fast, as he just said, but also to ensure that the gains will come later.
Carol, last question for you. Of course, it's the easiest. For the first of a kind, how to manage, mitigate, and share risks?
So, it's interesting. In the US, our Department of Energy issued a report recently called the Path to Commercial Liftoff. It's what we commonly refer to as the Liftoff Report. And that report really looked at what it would take to go from first of a kind to fleet and come down the cost curve. And it was an interesting report. They did it not only in nuclear, they also worked in other clean energy sectors, taking a look at that. And I think there were some takeaways as I think about this issue. The first takeaway I think about is that when you're thinking about the first of a kind, almost every new energy technology will be more expensive than the lowest cost option currently available in the market. And when you think of energy as a commodity, the incentive needs to be created for new technology adoption. So if you think about that as a background, and I know this is going to be a short answer for you as you asked, then you really need to start thinking about what is the role of partnership between government and industry to create the incentives necessary for that widespread technology adoption. And it's very interesting. That's now where that conversation is taking place, as more people are starting to talk about what does it take to go from first of a kind to nth of a kind, to realize the benefits of this amazing technology we call nuclear. So I think in the coming weeks and months, we'll see that conversation continue to evolve. But it's a very, very interesting time to be thinking through those issues. Of course, there's very, very important investment in first-of-a-kind technology deployment. We have our advanced reactor deployment project in the US. That's a very important program. We've recently had the creation of a Gen 3 Plus investment that was in some recently passed legislation. So that's very important, but the conversation about moving down the curve, cost curve to nth of a kind and widespread adoption is really, I think, going to be an exciting conversation in the coming months.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
A round of applause for our speakers, and I turn the floor to Jennifer.
Thank you. Thank you so much again to Sylvia and to our speakers. And now I'm delighted to introduce our next keynote speaker, Vannia Gava, Deputy Minister of the Environment and Energy Security in Italy. We have a bit of a speaker traffic jam on the staircase. Grazie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. So, good afternoon to everybody. I thank the Atlantic Council and Young Talent Programs and Nucleo for this opportunity. Addressing the topic of the nuclear energy during the Planet Week is a demonstration of the concrete approach open to new technologies that can make a significant contribution to decarbonization with which to tackle energy and climate challenges. Nuclear power plants operate continuously, providing stable energy that can complement intermittent renewable sources such as wind and solar. The continuity and reliability of the nuclear energy are crucial to reduce vulnerability to energy interruption in the sector that are critical for the country's economic and development, first manufacturing. Furthermore, new nuclear power can decrease dependence on foreign markets for fuels and raw materials, and requires fewer critical materials than renewable energy, so strengthening also the country's energy security. During this legislature, the government and parliament have taken important steps for the return to nuclear energy through the establishment of the National Platform of Sustainable Nuclear Energy, the inclusion of quantities target in the PNIEC, and the allocation of 135 million from the Mission Innovation Fund, uniting institution, research, university, and business for the purpose. But it is an European international level that is necessary to integrate ideological and wicked environmental policies such as the Green Deal with a renewed and a more solid agenda. There are three pillars of sustainable development to consider: environmental conservation, economic development, and social sustainability. the competitiveness of European industry must be returned to being the priority. Italy supports the development of the European Industrial Alliance on Small Modular Reactors promoted by the European Commission to facilitate cooperation between stakeholders, accelerating the diffusion of the small modular reactor, share knowledge and catalyze public and private investment. Nuclear power is an Italian product, I want to remember this, not only because it was born from the visionary idea of Enrico Fermi, who designed the first functioning experimental reactor in the world, but also because in Italy the component industry is live and is present in all phases of the value chain, as well the supply chain of professional, technical, and specialist skills nourished. So, believing that the investing today in the nuclear energy allows us to bring closer the goal of decarbonisation, consolidating the strategic role of our industry, guaranteeing also energy security for the country and strengthening the competitiveness of the EU for its sustainability and for the energy independence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy. And now I'm delighted to introduce Andrew Bowie, MP, Minister for Nuclear and Renewables from the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero in the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. It's brilliant to be back in Italy and indeed back with the Atlantic Council, who are doing such great work in leading the conversation around nuclear energy's role in the global energy transition. So thank you so much for the invitation this afternoon. One of my and many other people's political heroes, Ronald Reagan, in his final address to the American people, spoke of building a shining city on a hill, a tall, proud city built on rocks stronger than oceans. Now, we in this room and we in the nuclear world are lucky. We legislators, decision makers, thinkers, businesses, scientists, and investors, we have presented to us a moment near unique to shape the world of the future. We in this room can and indeed are shaping the future of energy production, security, our climate, and the planet that we hand on to our children. We in this room can deliver that clean energy revolution, reliable energy, proven energy, at scale and at pace. We in this room have presented to us a moment, this opportunity to build that shining city anew, not just in one country, but in all of our respective countries represented here. This is nothing short of an energy revolution. I was appointed by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak as the UK's first ever nuclear minister last year. It was an incredible honour, but if you'd told me then that only 12 months later I would be standing in Brussels a few weeks ago listening to a speech by European Commission President von der Leyen extolling the virtues of nuclear power, I don't think I would have believed you. And a few months before, if you told me that at COP28 in Dubai, we saw the historic inclusion of nuclear energy in the global stocktake agreement, calling for the acceleration of its deployment, I don't think I would have believed you. And if you told me at that same meeting, led by John Kerry, that the UK would have joined 24 other nations at COP28 in endorsing the landmark net zero declaration, calling for a global tripling of nuclear energy by 2050, I don't think I would have believed you. But such achievements were unimaginable. Sadly, alongside the growing realization there can be no net zero without nuclear, the fact is that it was the actions of Vladimir Putin and his illegal war in Ukraine that prompted a sudden reappraisal and recognition of the importance of energy security to each of our nations. And nuclear, proven, reliable, safe and clean, is the solution, or at least a significant part of it. Britain led the world, becoming the first country to split the atom and embrace nuclear energy generation. And at its peak, in the 1990s, our fleet of nuclear power plants generated 13 gigawatts of nuclear energy. Unfortunately, it only sits at around 6 gigawatts today. However, this is about to change. The UK is now embarking on the biggest expansion of nuclear power for 70 years. At the start of this year, we published our civil nuclear roadmap, reconfirming our domestic ambition to deploy 24 gigawatts of nuclear power by 2050. This will meet 25% of our projected energy needs, providing millions of homes and businesses with energy that is cheaper, cleaner, and indeed more secure. The roadmap sets out our path for the deployment of new nuclear reactors across the UK, from selection of nuclear technologies to the production of domestic fuels that power them. It explains how we will develop the skills, regulations, supply chains, finance, and innovation to support this rapidly growing industry within the United Kingdom. We will make £300 million investment alongside industry for UK production of clean, green, high-assay, low-enriched uranium fuel for innovative new reactors. Our HALU program builds on our international commitments under the Sapporo 5, established under the Japanese presidency of the G7 just last year, to support the deployment of full front-end fuel cycle capabilities in the UK by 2030. We are committed to working with our allies to address energy security to ensure resilient and secure nuclear supply chains. And at COP28 in December 2023, the Sapporo 5 stated our collective intention to leverage at least $4.2 billion to establish a secure and resilient global uranium supply market, free from Russian influence. Vladimir Putin will never again hold countries to ransom over their energy supply. This will be vital for the long-term energy security of nuclear nations. Beyond fuels, there's so much more to be excited about in the ever-developing nuclear field. The UK has committed to supporting rapid advancements in nuclear fission, such as small modular reactors and advanced technologies for power generation, as well as wider industrial applications for decarbonisation. Great British Nuclear, which I was proud to launch last year, will select the best small modular reactor technologies so they can be deployed in the UK in the 2030s. The initial focus of Great British Nuclear will be on SMRs, but large gigawatt-scale projects are also going to be considered because His Majesty's Government remains open to all nuclear technologies available for deployment within Great Britain. Advanced nuclear technologies have the potential to play a key role in the UK's future energy mix, working alongside other low-carbon energy sources to support a secure, affordable, decarbonised energy system. Now, how we finance these ambitions for new nuclear is an essential question in the UK and indeed internationally. We see great potential for private sector investment in our new nuclear plants. We are bringing a culture of commercial focus to these complex projects so that construction and operation of these plants is efficient, so that investors, consumers, and taxpayers can benefit from these outcomes that deliver real value for money. And we want to share our knowledge and experience with countries who are also looking to expand their nuclear generation. The use of the regulated asset base, for example, funded model, could bring significant amounts of private investment into a nuclear project, lowering the cost of capital and ultimately reducing the end cost of electricity for consumers. We will include nuclear power in the UK's green taxonomy, a framework that sets the bar for economic activities or assets that can be defined as environmentally sustainable, providing clarity and certainty for private investors. As well as these specific measures and financing, we will continue to give industry and investors a clear strategic direction and confidence in our commitment to new nuclear within the United Kingdom. Achieving net zero and securing our energy security is a major challenge, and it demands urgent action. That is why we are committed to investing in the construction of new nuclear generation. And the United Kingdom is proud to be a part of the global collaboration that is advancing this potentially limitless source of clean energy. But as another US president once said, in your hands more than mine will rest the final success or failure of our course. We are not guaranteed to succeed. There will be bumps in our road. But together with determination, inventiveness, dedication, a clarity of purpose, and above all belief, the people in this room and beyond will deliver a better future, a more secure world for our children and indeed theirs. That is our challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Bowie. And now I'm delighted to invite Michael Vandergrift, Deputy Minister from Natural Resources Canada.
Right, hello, everyone. I won't say a lot of words, but I did appreciate this invitation to be here today, and thank you to Nucleo for the invitation, just to highlight the importance. Sorry, there we go. I knew I was having a problem there. To highlight the importance of this topic, highlight the importance of nuclear energy in the energy transition, and the importance that Canada sees in this topic. We heard a really thought-provoking conversation a minute ago on the issue of financing challenges as a barrier to the expansion of nuclear worldwide. And Canada recognizes the importance of advancing on the on financing and the role of nuclear. To that end, we're supportive of engaging multilateral development banks to expand lending criteria to include nuclear projects. In Canada, we have invested heavily through a new set of tax credit support for nuclear projects. As was mentioned in the earlier panel, we've expanded the definition of our green bond framework to include nuclear. We also have a Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is using concessional financing, which is financing the world's first, will be one of the world's first commercial small nuclear modular reactor projects. Will be in the province of Ontario, just outside of Toronto. The construction is scheduled to be completed at the end of 2028, and I know there's a lot of people in the world watching that project and see how that goes. We're very, very excited about that. In addition to financing for new build projects, we recognize that there are several other challenges to a thriving nuclear energy ecosystem, and these will be the subject of the conversation in this next panel. First, in light of the need to end dependence on Russian suppliers, and given our decades of experience in the nuclear sector, Canada stands ready to support our allies and our global partners in a resilient supply chain. We're actively advancing progress with a number of partners in Europe and globally, including the provision of Canadian technology solutions, fuel supply arrangements, as well as export financing that can collectively support the phase-out of coal and the generation of clean, reliable, and affordable energy. Canada is also home to one of the most sustainable and reliable uranium deposits in the world, and we remain steadfast in our commitment to forging more reliable uranium supply chains for global partners. Second, it's very important for Canada and for all countries in this space that we have effective and efficient regulatory system to both ensure that the highest standards of safety and security are met and create a sustainable foundation for nuclear deployments. We're working very hard with our partners within Canada and externally to achieve efficiencies and ensure clarity for our project assessments. Finally, without additional efforts towards workforce development and learning, the nuclear industry will not be able to achieve its full potential in the energy transition. Shortages in workers with relevant skills to construct and operate new nuclear builds is a global challenge, and we must all invest in the development of highly qualified personnel. If the nuclear industry in Canada and abroad wants to seize these exciting opportunities that are ahead of us, we need everyone to be involved. That is why, as we work to build a cleaner and greener economy, the Government of Canada understands that this success will depend on our ability to harness exceptional talent and expertise that diverse groups bring to the table. We celebrate the important work of women, Indigenous partners, and other underrepresented groups in the nuclear energy sector who are contributing to Canada's transition to a low-carbon future. The sector is also built on a strong foundation of education and research development and skills development, and are all actively promoting policies that support inclusivity and direct diverse representation in Canada's nuclear workforce. So I look forward to this upcoming discussion, the upcoming panel, and I would note that there are two outstanding speakers from Canada in the panel who will add to the contribution, add to the conversation. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. And now we will have our final panel discussion on overcoming challenges to supply chains, the regulatory landscape, and the nuclear energy ecosystem. And so for our last panel, I'm delighted to invite to the stage John Gorman, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Nuclear Association, Jack Edlow, President of Edlow International, the Honorable Jeffrey Merrifield, Partner at Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman, and Romina Velshi, former President and Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. And finally, again, Silvia Berzoni, Chief Editor of CNBC Italy.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. So, We will be speaking about regulation, licensing. Of course, most of the time they are marathons that are time and resource consuming, but also the need as we find ourselves in this innovative ecosystem of new approaches and mindsets. So welcome to all of you and thank you very much. And Rumina, let me start from you, trying to understand what is the landscape when we talk about regulation of the G7 economies.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation by the organizers, and indeed an honor to be part of this august group of panelists. So when it comes to the regulatory framework in G7, let me start with the easy one, especially when it comes to new nuclear, nothing to report for Germany. And very excited to hear about Italy's announcement earlier today. And sadly, I've had little interaction to date with the Italian regulator. That will change. But there is one thing I do want to draw attention to, which I found extremely interesting with the Italian Energy Act, that was recently amended to include in there a provision for the acceptance of regulatory decisions and assessments made by an OECD NEA country in the last 10 years, that the Italian nuclear regulator can approve that after, of course, doing their own due diligence. And Italy is the first country to have introduced a provision like that, which I'm extremely pleased to see. And then when it comes to Japan, you know, from our Japanese colleague, we heard earlier today about their high temperature gas test reactor, the only SMR outside Russia and China that has been licensed by a G7 country. And we've heard about potential prospects of that. But of course, the Japanese priorities right now is on restarting their existing fleet. So then when we move further west, when you come to France, and you know, with Neward, France is collaborating with other regulators. And then closer to home, for Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom, what the regulators have done, and I take exception to what Bill said earlier today, that regulators are not ready. It's not a binary thing, either you're ready or not ready. I think it's a spectrum, and it's where you're on the spectrum. Some more ready than others, but all definitely moving towards getting readier. And so most of us have, over the last few years, made a really determined effort to be in a state of readiness, making sure that our regulatory frameworks are fit for purpose. You know, they were designed for large reactors, and now there's this new technology, and how do we make sure that the regulatory frameworks are appropriate, building capacity. But I think the most important part is around collaboration. And we all have heard about licensing and the burden that that poses, and that's unnecessary. But I think as a regulatory community, what we have realized is that these new technologies will only be successful if they're deployed as a standard global fleet. And the regulators play a very key part in making sure that those designs remain standard and we don't introduce new regulatory requirements. So when it comes to Canada, UK, and the US, we've been working very closely in making sure that not only are our regulatory frameworks consistent to the extent they can, but how do we collaborate in reviewing it? And we're fortunate in that all three countries have picked the same SMR technology, one of the technologies that has been picked by the countries, which is the GE BWRX-300. And so we're working in a very collaborative way in reviewing that and getting ready to license that. And there are a lot of advantages to that. And maybe I'll just leave a little bit here. So with the UK, where they've started their generic design assessment process for the BWRX-300, they're using the work done by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission and the US NRC, and they expect that process to be reduced by at least 6 months as a result of building on work of the other regulators. So I think there's a lot of great work, a lot more needs to happen, but I do want to leave you all with the message that the regulators are working extremely hard to be in a state of readiness and not be on the critical path of deployment.
Speaking about which, Jeff, from a legal perspective, what is the landscape for the US?
First, thank you very much for the question. And I just want to say up front, very much appreciate Stefano Bueno and Nucleo for hosting this along with the Atlantic Council.
I think we have a problem with it.
Little sound problem there. I want to thank Stefano Bueno and the whole team at Nucleo for hosting this along with the Atlantic Council. I think it's a very exciting circumstance right now. We have in the United States the Westinghouse AP1000, which is licensed by the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I was a commissioner when we licensed that design. 2 have been built and are operating in the United States. 4 have been built and are operating in China. You see that model. Many of them are being evaluated in Eastern Europe, in Holland, even in Canada. They're looking at that design. Another one that was mentioned today was NuScale. That has received its design in the United States. That is being supported by the U.S. government in Romania, and they are evaluating other projects in the United States. There are microreactors. The U.S. government has a program for the military use of microreactors. BWXT and X-Energy are part of that program. I think we'll see civilian spin-offs that may have export potential for the United States. And then in between that, Romina mentioned the BWRX-300. That's a GE design. Westinghouse has a similar 300 megawatt design as does Holtec. A lot of work between Romina's former team and the U.S. nuclear regulatory regime to review those designs in a collaborative way so that they can be deployed in both the U.S., potentially in Canada, and similarly with some of the non-light water reactor technologies, Terrestrial Energy, Kairos, TerraPower, and others, may have some of that potential as well. So we've got a range of technology designs that are available. I think you see a lot of interest in the engagement between the U.S., Canada, potentially the U.K. in trying to move some of those forward. So I do think there's a lot of opportunities for U.S. export potential. And to back up what Carol Berrigan said on a prior panel, 15 years ago, all we were talking about was large light water reactors for utilities. Now it's a completely different framework, and I think the panels today have really shown that.
Jack, can you help us understand the fuel supply chain? As I understand, it's basically a monopoly from Russia, but of course UK and the US are investing to gather more strategic autonomy, let's say.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you to not only the sponsors, but thank you also to the audience for staying here today. I was going to play something here. Give me just a second. Breaking news from CNBC, right? So,
this is our soundtrack, yes.
Breaking news.
Guilty.
We already have a fuel cycle. That's the breaking news. We already have a fuel. We have hundreds and hundreds of reactors around the world, and we have hundreds of research reactors around the world which have been operating for a very, very long time, going back, in fact, to the 1950s. So we have a fuel cycle. Now, for those of you who may be watching online who don't know fuel cycles, you have to mine uranium. Most reactors run on uranium at this point, but you have to mine uranium. You have to chemically convert it to another form, UF6, and then you have to take that UF6 to an enrichment plant where you're going to increase the U-235 content to 5% for most reactors, power reactors in the world. But research reactors have operated at 19% for more than 60 years. In fact, I think somebody from the Democratic Republic of Congo is here at this event, I was told, and they actually had HALEU, 19% material, at their reactor in Kinshasa in 1959. So we've been using HALEU a very long time. It's just a new concept for this commercial side of the industry now, to be considering HALEU as the main fuel source. But this has existed for a long time, and the fuel cycle exists. What's different right now is that we're going to have to increase the capacity because the demand for future power needs, both for electricity, but even more so for decarbonization by many industries, is going to require a lot more fuel. And the industry is going to have to step up to produce that fuel. But many companies who have been stung before by ramping up too quickly are being very cautious now and saying, give me the orders before we step it up. So we have to overcome an increasing fuel cycle at this point, but it already exists.
Jack, one thing I think you also want to mention too, what's exciting about going forward, and again, this is something we've done in the past, some companies like Nucleo are talking about reusing the used fuel back in the reactors and closing that cycle. And there's at least 4 or 5 different companies out there are focused on that. That's an exciting new development as well.
And the circularity, I think it's key. John, I ask you if this is one of the pieces that we are missing when discussing about this important ecosystem.
Yes, so there have been, thank you, Sylvia. Let me just say, first of all, with terrific gathering and incredible speakers who've come to stage. It's a real pleasure. So congratulations to the organizers. And I also have to say, looking at Romina over there, you know, when we shared a stage, she's actually been the president of our regulator, and so I'm feeling very at ease and relaxed today. There's a lot of things that I've been meaning to tell you, Romina, that I haven't had the opportunity to. But thank you for the opportunity. And Sylvia, yes, we have spoken about a number of different parts of the ecosystem, and collaboration is one that I would like to touch on. But let me just underscore this. Canada, small population, very large country, of course, but small population. But we are a tier 1 nuclear nation, as I think many of you know. And on this question of ecosystem, we have the entire ecosystem in Canada. And I mean that. We are, you were mentioning, speaking about uranium and fuel. Jack, of course, we're the second largest exporter of uranium in the world. We've been operating our own CANDU technology, and we've exported it to 6 different nations for over 60 years now. We are in the process, that's our CANDU technology, we're in the process of refurbishing the vast majority of those units. I think it's the largest infrastructure project in Canada, $26 billion ahead of schedule and on budget. As you heard from Deputy Minister Vandergrift, leading in terms of Western nations with connecting small modular reactors to the grid. And we have advanced reactors that are also leading the way. We've got world-leading academia and nuclear laboratories. Isotopes, I think we're perhaps the most important provider of isotopes in the world. So we have this incredible ecosystem within Canada. There is one important part of the ecosystem, which I'm not going to spend time on today, but for those of you who are interested, the Canadian ecosystem, a very important part of it is our Indigenous peoples. I can tell you that no major infrastructure project will be built in Canada, let alone a nuclear facility, without the full equity participation and partnership leadership of our Indigenous relations, and it's a real competitive advantage for us. But on the collaboration piece, Sylvia, and you and I had a moment to speak about it briefly just before coming up here. I don't think we often put collaboration within the context of an ecosystem, but it is so vitally important, isn't it? And Canada's success, and I would say that we are a real first mover and leader in this nuclear renaissance, really has to do with the incredible collaboration we're seeing between government and industry, between utilities and our laboratories and the rest of the ecosystem. It has been absolutely the key to us being able to move quickly. And I would add a last component to that, and that's the last thing I'll say. The extraordinary collaboration that we are having right now with the United States, between our regulators, between our governments, between industry, is just a very hopeful movement for us in terms of continuing to move quickly to help North America and the rest of the world.
So, Romina, how should developers work with regulators to have licensing efficient?
It's such a critical part, and maybe I'll build on the ecosystem that John has spoken about and try to address that as well, and give a very specific example. One of the things we have implemented in Canada is a leadership table for new nuclear projects. And anyone that has a voice in the deployment of new nuclear, so whether it's government, whether it's industry, whether it's the regulator, whether it's the Waste Management Organization, whether it is our indigenous nations, et cetera, or the technology developers, have a seat at the table. And what has come out of that is an integrated action plan and an implementation plan, and the collaboration that happens is a very fundamental part of that. And so if I were to draw from that, on what is it that the technology developers can do with the regulator, one is early engagement. There are some regulators who are so isolated with what is happening, and that prevents them from being ready for what's coming their ways. Some of it is just historical, because there's always been this question on how independent a regulator can and should be. And I'm sure Jeff will agree with me, that you cannot engage the regulator early enough. Once you enter the licensing stage, it's different. You know, a brick wall goes up between those who are reviewing a license, but the prior engagement is extremely important. The second big part is the technology developers and other stakeholders play a big part in ensuring that the regulator is well-resourced. Many of our funding mechanisms for regulators is it's only once you get an application does the regulator start getting money. It's too late, right? The regulator has to have started building capacity long before that. And the only way to do that is to get funding. We're very fortunate in Canada that we did actually get government funding early enough. I think we were the first regulator to receive that. But the technology developers can help do that. And the third part is, I think, a critical success factor for nuclear deployment is getting social license from the public, from our indigenous nations. And the public is very fickle. You know, today there's unprecedented support for nuclear. It can change like that. You know, something can happen somewhere in the world and that can change. In fact, in Canada, just last week, our nursing association have mounted an anti-nuclear campaign. You know, and it just boggles my mind, because these are scientists really, or people with strong scientific background. But it can change. And so the technology developers need to be out in the public, bring the regulator along with you to talk about the technology, hear the concerns, hear the needs, and address those. So I think the early engagement, the resourcing, the civil society, but more than civil society, is really the public, and engagement with them, hearing them and addressing their needs and listening to them, feeling a part of what's coming is really something they want, not something they have to put up with and tolerate. They really should be yearning for this.
Jeff, on the licensing process in the US, there have been some steps, especially for new reactors, right?
Yeah, it's quite exciting. We have several ways in the U.S. you can license reactors. 92 of our current reactors were licensed under what's called Part 50 of our regulations. You get a construction license, you build a reactor, you get an operating license, you build it, and that served the industry fairly well over the years. We had a new process when I was a commissioner. We put into place back in the early 2000s, where you could pre-certify the design, pre-certify the site, and then come in for a one-step license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And the two most recent reactors we've completed in Georgia at Vogtle Units 3 and 4 were operated under that principle. Most of the advanced reactors we've been talking about today in the U.S. will use the first of those two elements to license their first design. And there's been an extraordinary amount of work being undertaken by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, my former agency, and various of the technology developers to have what are called topical reports, basically looking at an isolated technology issue or an isolated policy issue and trying to get that resolved up front in dialogue before the full application has to come in. I think that's been very good in accelerating the ability to have some of these issues addressed. Some of those have been shared with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, and some joint work has been done in that area, which I think will be very beneficial. Our Congress has also put in a requirement for the NRC to develop a new framework, Part 53, that would be specifically targeted toward the advanced reactor community. That's likely not to be utilized until probably the latter part of this decade, until it's put into place. But the commissioners of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission just made some recent changes to that, which I think is going to make it much more appealing for the advanced reactor community. We had some doubts about that if I'd spoken about a year ago. Final thing I'd say here is there's two major changes that the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission has made, which I think are really going to enable these advanced reactor technologies. Number one, unlike the current emergency evacuation zone requirements in the U.S. that require a 10-mile emergency evacuation zone to be prepared, these technologies, according to the commissioners, bring with them the potential to have an evacuation zone as little as 1,000 meters or less from the plant. That's a lot less costly, it's a lot less complicated, and it also is a validation of the increased safety factor in part from the smaller source term of these designs. The second major one is just recently. The Commission has put out a draft new rule on environmental impact statements, which would allow many of the issues to be done generically and done up front. This is going to really accelerate the ability to deploy these reactors in a variety of different locations. And probably the third thing, and then I'll stop, is the Commission has signaled its willingness, once it has licensed one of these designs, particularly as it relates to microreactors, can we move toward a framework that would simply allow those to be licensed in a much quicker fashion and really only consider those few site-specific issues relating to it. I think the NRC wants to be built for speed, and they're working that way.
Jack, which are the main challenges you see for the fuel supply chain?
Thank you. And building on what you said earlier, in your earlier question, about the dominance of Russia in the fuel business, particularly on the enrichment side, which I explained is the area that's the critical portion to making the nuclear fuel for most countries, not for Canada, but for most countries. It's a question of replacement of this at this point. There is not a lot of extra capacity in the world. Actually, there are 15 countries in the world that enrich uranium, 15 countries. But some of them, like North Korea or Iran or Pakistan or a few others, are not really in the commercial market. You see, you have a limited number of people in the commercial market. You have Russia, you have China, you have the Urenco countries, which include the United States, Netherlands, Germany, and England, and of course you have France, and you have a few others. But there's not a whole lot of people with a lot of extra capacity. So part of the problem is how to build this capacity to replace the Russian capacity, which is, you heard from the MP from the UK, he thinks is very important, and US Congress does too. But you also then have, how are we going to find the capacity to make the new fuel types? Because the HALEU fuel, we're going to require more enrichment capacity than the 5% fuel. You're also going to need more uranium. You got to get uranium out of the ground or out of other sources. I mean, there's a lot of uranium above ground, locked in resources of various kinds, including used fuel. And the question is, how do you extract this uranium, or how do you open a new mine? It takes time. So on the one hand, we're facing a crisis that says we need nuclear quickly. And on the other hand, we still got to get the fuel cycle realigned with this new demand. So this is the question, and where's the investment going to come from? Because commercially, uranium mines, conversion plants, fuel fabrication plants are not generally funded by governments. But every enrichment plant ever built has been funded, at least in part, by governments. And so the question is, how do we get there to get our fuel aligned with the new demand? It can be done, but it has to be done with more urgency than is being done now.
But very briefly, what about other sources, like MOXIE, for example?
Well, MOX is a potential. MOX is a potential. It was considered in the United States, and it failed in the United States for a lot of reasons. It's in use in Europe, in France. It's in use in Japan on a limited basis. It has a role, but it isn't going. MOX is not going to be used for a lot of advanced reactor types. You talk about the HTGR reactors coming out of, which were built in the U.S. and were operated in Germany, are now operating in Japan. They're not going to use MOX in those plants. So different concepts. Yes, there's a role for MOX. And as Nucleo develops their reactors, you'll see that but it's not going to be the predominant version for a while.
But we do, to your question, what we do see, though, those MOX programs in the U.S. were principally focused on the U.S. government doing that work. And we have a series of companies out there right now, Nucleo here in Europe, you've got Shine in the United States, you've got Curio, several others who want to have privately funded facilities to reuse and recycle that fuel. So I think that's a new and interesting development.
I take a little bit of, I'm going to respectfully disagree. They're not all looking for commercial. They're looking for quasi-commercial. They still are looking for government support. And, you have to focus what limited government support you can get to early success. And the point is that we need reactors operating within the next 4 or 5 years in order to be able to show we have machines that work so that other industries, petrochemical, cement, and others will come and want these machines. They don't want to buy the machines if they're not going to work. So we've got to prove that they work. And I respect all these people who are putting their money into it and trying hard, but 2030 and beyond is too far to get credibility for this industry. We got to start sooner. And part of the issue is the regulatory. If it takes 100,000 man-hours to get a license renewed, it doesn't have to be done in 6 years. It can be done in 3 years. They just got to have more people doing more work. Go ahead. Continue.
No, I was just going to say,
continue
we need to turn to Jack, but I'd say two things. One, you're right. It is going to be a public-private partnership.
I will give John and Romina an extra time.
But
this is what they paid the money for. They want to see a debate.
But the difference is it's going to be privately led with government funding that rather than
it could be,
and that's where we're going to make a difference.
Should be.
Number two, I think you're going to see some of these microreactors being among the first that are going to be able to demonstrate that they work, in part because the U.S. Army is funding them. And and I can talk about it later, there are a series of developers out there looking to deploy those quickly. And I think we will see those by the end of the decade.
And I think we'll see some in 26 and 27.
So, John, are you ready?
I'm ready. Bring it on.
What do you think are the main challenges to see an innovative ecosystem thriving? Same question as for the
the innovation? Is this what we're speaking about? Well, we've covered a few of those in the previous panels. I think the ones that are top of mind for most people, and that often has to do with government funding and Valley of Death and things. So I thought I'd talk about two that maybe aren't discussed as much, and that is firstly the connection between innovation and being a fast mover with nuclear, right? For all of the nations that are considering jumping into nuclear, the Canadian experience has shown that by moving decisively and quickly and sending strong signals, you attract some of the brightest minds and sharpest companies in the world who want to participate in this market that is being formed. And a lot of innovation is stemming from the signals and the actual activity that Canada has been doing as a first mover or fast-moving nation. So I think that's important when you're considering, how quickly you want to get into this game. And the second thing I'd like to mention is the importance of being very clear about both your full ambition and your targets. I don't think enough regions in the world appreciate how important this is, and I want to give you an example. So our largest province, certainly economically, it's a large province as well, Ontario, 60% of our electricity has come from nuclear for more than 60 years. We have an enormous challenge, just as the rest of the nations around the world do, in terms of needing to double or triple the amount of electricity that we produce, and it all has to be clean. But what Ontario did was it came out with a Pathways to Decarbonization plan. And that plan said that by 2050, we are going to need 18 gigawatts of new nuclear, incremental nuclear, in addition to the refurbishments that we currently have underway. And the response from the industry, from academia, from the unions, was almost instantaneous. The way that it focused all of those actors, activities and planning around actually getting things done. And other provinces in Canada and many regions around the world are not being bold enough to take that step to signal their ambition and to say what their targets are. And if you don't do that, we're not going to be able to do the planning and make the progress that we need to. And I want to give you an example of how that's trickled through. And it's the one that's been talked about a lot, Sylvia. It's the workforce planning. That is now, kicking into full gear from a planning perspective, and we're actually beginning to tackle that thanks to some strong signals. We've seen 15% growth in our workforce over the last 2 years. And, it's so important, and in the Canadian context, again, so important because it's not only the fear of our industry cannibalizing our own resources, and there is a lot of that going on in Canada right now because we haven't, gotten underway to training new people and bringing in new people. And I think about US and Canada going through the energy transition together and what that's going to mean in terms of us needing to plan and do things together. And the very last thing I'll say on this question of innovation and sending strong signals is around a nuclear energy strategy. And this is just sort of an unapologetic pitch to Deputy Minister Vandergrift over here. What Canada has done is it's been doing instead of talking, right? Whereas other nations are doing a lot of planning and a lot of talking, and they've come forth with strategies. We see that in United States, France, UK, etc. I think now that Canada is underway, now that we actually have our heads around what the opportunities and challenges are by actually doing, and I think we've got a clear idea of that now, now is the time to have our strategy that is going to express Canada's full ambition and is going to zero in on exactly what we want to accomplish with this incredible asset that is the Canadian nuclear sector.
Romina, there is one piece of the puzzle that we are missing that could be potentially really a game changer in the industry, and it's harmonization. Where are we, and what could be the roadmap on that?
So I have been a very strong advocate for standardization and harmonization. As I mentioned earlier, the success of nuclear will only be if it is a standard fleet that gets deployed. And our record to date is dismal. Every reactor is a bespoke reactor. But that requires a major shift in mindset and in culture, and in a whole bunch of other ways. I've actually given up on this international harmonization happening in my lifetime for a number of reasons. And some of it is just because of geopolitics and the need for consensus that is required. And so what we have shifted, because you do want results today, is get like-minded countries to approach things in a common way, in a collaborative way, which is, as the examples I've given you, is happening, whether it's France, with some European countries, Canada, US, UK, and others. Ideally, what we would want is an international agency that would certify a design. So Jeff talked about the US NRC certifying a design. If you had an international body that did that, and then other regulators just made sure their national requirements or any site-specific requirements were met, it would just, to Jack's point, you don't need those thousands of hours and years to review. And I don't think that's going to happen. And so if we look at the pharmaceutical model, usually it's the aeronautical model that's used. But if you look, but instead of that, if you looked at the pharmaceutical model, because I actually kind of like that, it's evolutionary. You start off by sharing data, then you do joint reviews, then you do kind of bilateral acceptance. So I have confidence in your review, I'll accept it, you have confidence in mine, and that's what Canada and the US is doing. And then you get into more multilateral with like-minded countries and acceptance, and we certainly saw that with vaccine approvals and so on. And I think that's the model I see the trajectory on. But it requires governments. I told you what Italy has, the UK in their roadmap that they published very clearly say they expect the regulator to use the reviews and assessments done by other regulators. I think that needs to be a policy direction coming from governments to the regulators. We don't expect you to reinvent the wheel. You know, find a trusted regulator, do your quality reviews, and accept it. You need the technology developers to do their piece of it as well. Design a technology that's going to meet multiple scenarios so that it's flexible enough to meet different seismic needs, different country requirements, etc. And I was at it was actually a workshop that SAMA had organized last year, and there were technology developers, and we talked about harmonization, and one of the persons in the room made this statement, which I very much like. And he said, you know, it should be like Henry Ford when he talked about the Model T cars, that we will give it to you in any color so long as it's black. And I think that's what technology developers need to do, is have that discipline, that this is going to be a standard design, and the only way we will accept or even consider any changes is because your site has some unique needs. So I think the harmonization, while the global international harmonization is a far-fetched dream, the principles behind that could be readily adopted. It requires a cultural shift. It requires that of the regulator. And I'll tell you, within my organization, if there was one thing that I feel most proud about, is that cultural shift, because you're balancing sovereignty. At the end of the day, it's a national decision. You're not abdicating your responsibility, but your staff need to come online and saying, you've got to trust after you've done your due diligence and accept that. And we're actually, I'm actually very much involved in this right now. I'm advisor to Poland as they try to license their, the same technology that Canada is deploying. And how do we build on the work that has happened in Canada? Not recreate it, but you still need to do your own due diligence, right? You can't just accept it, blindfold. And I think there need to be tools developed in that. But I totally agree with you that that is the silver bullet in meeting the time scale, the speed that is required, is not duplicating efforts and building on what's already been done.
John, would you like to add something?
I wanted to ask Romina a related question. So Romina, you've been talking about harmonization and standardization. I appreciate the importance of that. I'd like to know, how is it playing out now with the sort of number of technologies? And I say that because at one point, I believe the CNSC had 12 different technologies in front of it, which is a capacity strain in its own right. So how is that, or how should that play out?
Yes, and so, I mean, I think, you know, to your point, you know, we have a pre-licensing service that we provide in the CNSC. So before you actually start your licensing process, learn how the CNSC operates, what our expectations are, and it also gives our staff an opportunity to learn about your technology. And we had 12 different technologies that wanted to go through this process, and there are resource constraints, but you know, I think the market is playing what it should be, and from 12, it was, when I was there, it was down to 4 that were really active. But I think even globally and nationally, never mind globally, nationally, countries and industry and proponents need to think on how many technologies are really viable. And I don't want to point fingers at Poland, but you know, they have a nascent regulator, and they've got AP1000, they've got BWRX300, they've got Rolls-Royce, they've got HTGR research reactor. I don't know. How can the regulator possibly look at all of those and in the time frame that is required? And so again, I think that policy discussions, governments don't pick winners or losers, but there has to be a more concerted effort on how many technologies make sense. They have different applications that are most conducive to, but it really needs to be thought through, because capacity is a huge constraint. And it's more than capacity, because you really need to think about not just licensing, it's the full life cycle that you're thinking about. And if as a country you have 20 different technologies, just think of how inefficient that is compared to if you have a handful that meet the different needs. So I think there is a lot of work that needs to happen in that in many parts of the world too.
Jeff, can you give us a sense where the demand signal is coming for advanced reactors?
Well, I think things have really changed. In addition to my job at Pillsbury Law Firm, I'm also the chair of the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council, which is the largest supplier association in the U.S. And we had our annual Advanced Reactor Summit last week in Houston, and it was a really different framework. And we talked a lot about the utilities in Canada and the U.S. They're evaluating putting in new generation. But, I don't know whether folks saw the recent announcement that was made by Amazon. They're buying 400 megawatts in a power purchase agreement off an existing nuclear unit. The AI community is has 10 times the power needs of a traditional server farm. At that very same conference, we had Google, we had folks from Microsoft. Microsoft has 3 people, soon to be 4, with the word nuclear in their title. Right? So this gives you some sense of the seriousness of purpose of the data industry. Two of those, Microsoft, Google, were joined by Nucor. Nucor is the largest U.S. steel company. All of their steel is manufactured with electric arc furnaces. Several of their sites require over 300 megawatts of power just for that facility alone. And so they're evaluating, collaboratively, technologies, including a variety of nuclear technologies that could be deployed. We had a workshop with 30 different companies represented from the oil and gas industry, 25 from the advanced reactor community, saying, how do we go ahead and decarbonize those very difficult to decarbonize industries? The leading one, I think, on this right now is Dow Corporation. They have an agreement with X-Energy. X-Energy is a recipient of several $billion in U.S. funding to deploy their high-temperature gas reactor. Why are they doing that? It's not an issue of electricity, it's an issue of heat. These advanced Generation 4 reactors, we talked about Nucleo today, X-Energy, TerraPower, among others, industrial heat machines, using that output from those reactors to address those carbon issues that otherwise are very, very difficult to address. And finally, I think it was very exciting to see the oil and gas industry thinking about how do you use remote microreactors to do oil exploration, mining. There's a variety of mining companies. I know Alberta has some. In Canada, they're evaluating these smaller reactors, very small reactors, for powering locations where they otherwise would have to bring in large amounts of very expensive diesel fuel. Finally, we had 4 different companies that have emerged within the last year, Shepherd Power, Blue Energy, Elemental, who want to basically be the developer of future nuclear sites, not be necessarily the utility, but provide the financing, do the work behind the scenes, and get those designs deployed with power purchase agreements or other financial arrangements, much akin to what we saw in the last decade with wind developers and solar developers. So that's a new element for this industry, and I think it's going to be one to watch.
Jack, we thought about the challenges, but not about the opportunities in the fuel supply chain.
Yes, well, Jeff has laid out a lot of very important points just now about the new users, the new end users. And he's correct about Amazons and the Microsofts and the Googles and all those. But it's not just in the United States, of course. Oh, no. It's not just in the United States. The entire world needs to decarbonize. In Brazil, Petrobras is considering how to use micros. And as you travel, Aramco is concerned. As you travel around the world, all these industries need to decarbonize. So the opportunities are going to be immense. The question is, how can we as an industry move quickly enough? The regulators, the fuel cycle people, the reactor developers, we need more help. We can't do it by ourselves. We haven't been able to do it by ourselves. I don't think we can do it by ourselves. We have to team up with the Microsofts, with the Petrobras, with players around the world, and frankly, with China. Bill, you said it. They're eating our lunch. They're way ahead of us. We got to work with them because they want help. They can't do nuclear if the rest of the world isn't doing nuclear. They want to help, and we need their help. Now, it would be remiss of me not to talk about my own business, which is transportation, because transportation plays a big role in the nuclear industry. You can't mine uranium. You got to get it someplace before you can process it 2, 3, 4 times to get it into a reactor. So transportation is a critical issue also. It's become, look, my father was in this business starting in 1957, folks, okay? We've been doing transportation a long time. We ship anything that's radioactive anywhere in the world. And it gets more and more complicated all the time because of consolidation of ocean carriers, because of obstructions like Suez Canal is now closed, Panama Canal is restricted, packages, we need new forms of packages for new materials. There are lots of challenges and opportunities in the transport industry as well. I would welcome lots of organizations who are looking for opportunities to get into this area because we could use lots of operators in the transport cycle as well. So whether you want to be in mining, whether you want to be in fuels, in a variety of different sources, whether you want to be involved in transport, all these opportunities exist, but we need people. Welders? Who was it that said they couldn't find enough welders? You got to have welders, you got to have engineers, you have to have pipe fitters. We need all kinds of technical people, workforce as well. So there are many, many opportunities. This industry needs to galvanize itself because, frankly speaking, if we don't work faster, and I do mean faster, we're not going to be able to meet the challenge. If we can't get there for the Microsofts, the Amazons, the steel mills, they're going to find another way to do it because they don't have a choice. They have to decarbonize. We think they have to use us. But guess what? If we can't meet their timeline, they're going to find something else because they have to do it because they're under obligations from governments to get these things done in time. I hope we can be successful. I've been doing it a long time, folks. I've been doing this a long time. I have seen Renaissance come and go and surge and come. This time, it's real. It's real because of energy security for some countries, but more so because climate change is real. You can deny it if you want, but it's real. And if we don't stop carbon emissions fast, and I mean fast, 2035, 2040 is the limit. Forget 2050 now. It has to be faster, which means that all of us have to meet this challenge. We have to do it faster. We need CNBC to talk about this. Not every day.
We do it every day.
Not every day.
We do it every day.
But you know,
I do it every day.
Okay, yeah, I don't want it to get stale, but I want the challenge to be there so that the public will support us in doing this. But then we have to show the public results. Results. We have to prove that we're cutting carbon. We have to prove that the oil companies want us to work with them. We have to show how we can do this for their benefit. Because if we fail, the world's going to fail.
Speaking about which, sorry, John, Canada would be the next president of the G7. So what are you envisioning?
Well, first I'd just offer an observation or a reflection and say that hosting a G7 is a real motivator, isn't it? And I mean, I think we've seen tangible evidence of that with Italy's latest announcement and their commitment. And so Canada, by extension, and speaking on behalf of the industry, we are very much looking forward to our nation hosting the next G7. I can't speak to all of the issues, of course, that are going to be selected to be focused on, but I can say with a pretty high degree of confidence that nuclear is going to be right up there, and it's because of the extraordinary recognition and support that the federal government has shown over these last 3 years in particular. And it has come with the recognition, as I said earlier, that we have this incredible asset with the Canadian nuclear sector, and we're doing just about everything right. So I think if we consider nuclear in the context of the broader issues that the G7s address, nuclear is tied to all of those things, whether it's geopolitics or energy security or climate change or trade or human development. So it is going to be factored very, very prominently in Canada, and it'll be good for our industry at home, but I think it should also help motivate other nations in this collection of countries.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Thanks a lot. And Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Appreciated what you had to say, Jack.
I just want to thank, again, our speakers throughout the entirety of today. And also thank you to our audience. Thank you all for spending the day with us. Thank you to our partners, Nucleo, and to ISPI Young Talents, and again to the Centrale Lavazza Museum. And thank you as well to my team at the Atlantic Council. And just a quick announcement as we wrap up here. As you go downstairs and retrieve your coats, there will be shuttle buses waiting outside in the same entrance through which you came into this building at Via Ancona. And the shuttle buses are here to take all of us to the Villa Chiuminato, where we will enjoy a dinner and jazz reception, which is very kindly hosted by Nucleo. So please, please join us. This is, I think, an event that is truly not to be missed, and we can all talk to each other since you've all been listening to all of us talk all day long. So with that, I am delighted again to wrap today's event. I look forward to seeing our online audience again soon, and I also look forward to seeing everyone here in just a few minutes at the Villa Chiuminato. Thank you.
And thank you, Jennifer, of course. Thank you very much.
you.